where you said, this is my crusade, and then you took that to the workplace and got the workplace to support your crusade instead of you just waving the banner, sitting at a conference by yourself going, care about ERP, and everybody's like, we don't know what that guy is.
Yep. Yeah, so, I would describe any company's relationship with their ERP vendor, regardless who it is, as, an incredibly bad marriage with an incredibly high cost of divorce. So you just don't do it, right? So you stay tied in with that, and with every passing year, your technical debt grows, right? You add 11,000 more customizations. So, what helped is when I went to my management and said, look, I'm not going to mention the word security or vulnerability or risk, but how much money are you willing to pay tomorrow for a bad decision from yesterday? So I basically used technical debt as a way to drive a lot of the security discussion, and it actually worked very well. Luckily, I'm in an organization where safety and security are non-discretionary, so we don't have to worry about prioritization and is it above or below the line. So if you make the right case, there's very good support in our organization. Yeah, right.
That's awesome. Thank you.
Sure.
Those things are really important to me. Does that resonate with you guys? Like those pieces where people can get empowered by their passions and then actually turn that into work?
Yes.
Awesome.
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
Tell me more.
Yeah, I guess
I apologize for interrupting
Don't
you
apologize.
earlier.
Yeah.
I'm interrupting you now.
You meant to do it.
I will send you a ERP pony in FedEx.
Okay. Sounds good.
I have some cards and stickers here. Guys, I gotta go. I'm sorry.
All right.
Gee,
I'm not here. There's another
Last year she crashed our panel too.
I love it though. I feel like it's just a thing that happens.
Audience participation.
I'd rather her crash than other people, so I'm good.
Is
Yeah.
that where we first met, Chris?
Yes, ma'am. It sure as hell was. I told you to take my seat because I was done. Which you're like seconds away from.
That's why all of these, the white ones say participant, not attendee. Not just dude who shows up or gal who shows up, but person who gets involved.
That's the spirit of all of this.
Yep.
So yeah, I just wanted to add on to that, I guess. So me being a transportation researcher working with the federal government, my job is to save lives, basically. There were 35,200 lives lost last year on our nation's roadways. Okay. Right now, there hasn't been, though, as Josh, I think, was saying, any consequences. We don't know of any in the wild, cyber attacks that has caused a fatality directly on America's roadways here. What excites me, though, what I want to get at is something Karen actually said, so she's still here, I was glad, was, government moves kind of slow. She had a slide up there. And what's exciting for me is we're actually starting to change. We actually see that now. We've talked with Josh and had different meetings. We've talked with other people who are in this room, not just working with the big three car makers or the car makers, not just working with academics. We're working with small research organizations. We're listening. We're trying to change because traditionally we are reactive. We have to wait for a problem or the burning river to happen. And we understand that's not going to happen. We do move too slow for that. Matter of fact, a lot of companies move too slow for that. That's why there's patches every week for stuff. So, I do appreciate that, and I do think that's something that's excited me and my team now is that our administration, what we're doing now is actually recognizing that, and we are trying to change, trying to make a difference, and we want to keep that right now with no consequences as much as we can in the future.
Was there a point where that, for you, kind of got executed into work? Like, was there a thing that you did to get them to know it, or did it come from on high, or was it like, how did that get sticky?
So I should give the truthful answer or the government answer?
I mean, we can turn the camera off. I'd rather them know the truth.
Let's have the truth.
I'll say the truthful answer. It's pretty effective when you can take a high-level politician, take a policymaker, take your boss into a car that's doing 45 miles an hour down the road, and from your phone push a button and have it steer to the right.
Demos.
Demos are very, very effective. It is a dog and pony show, yes, but I'll tell you what, you can read about it, or you can actually sit in the seat, be on a test track and do this, but it really wakes people up. And when you see that potential for this to happen, you start to listen and you start to understand. And, these are not easy problems to deal with, but we have to.
Awesome. Thank you.
One exciting thing on that, you mentioned 35,200 lives lost on the roads, and one of the things that I know that the government is racing towards, as well as the auto industry, is autonomous vehicles. The simple reason being that 94% of those, and these are stats from your boss,
That's correct.
right? 94% of those are from human error. So if you can take the humans out of the loop, you could potentially save tens of thousands of lives and what equates to basically 80 to 100 deaths a day on US roadways. So one of the things when I was talking to an automaker in Germany, they said, Bo, we're German, we move slow so that we get it right, so that we get the security and safety stuff right. I said, great, while you're moving slowly, there are fatalities on the roadways that could have been prevented if we had maybe abandoned some of the security controls. So I'm not advocating for going the other way, but either side of that spectrum is wrong, right? Because it will cause death. We have to find out what that middle point is and maybe abandon some of the things that we think we should do out of muscle memory or reflex, like, oh, put antivirus on it, or long passwords, right? Maybe we need to rethink what that is and find a different way that could also then, if we find a way to do it in cars and medical devices, et cetera, maybe we could retrofit some of that to the IT corporate arena and have fewer failures there too.
Last one.
So-
Passion to progress.
So it might sound kind of corny to you, but I've always been a Boy Scout. I like fixing things or making something happen the right way. And I guess my passion or my aha moments are, in order for me, I know that I have the ability to fix it and make that difference, and not just within the organizations that I operate, but even at the larger scale. So that's why you see, and those that know, I'm out there, my word is my bond, and that's how, I'm able to execute. And I hope that by bringing others that have similar responsibilities, I help elevate the entire whole. So that's kind of my hit, man.
And so in that, and I'm stupid, so I have to take notes for things. In that, was there a moment there where you got to bring AHA up the food chain and say, I'm taking this on, and they went from no one's doing this to, yeah, you're taking it on, we got you?
Yeah, and again, back on the whole, the demo piece.
Yeah.
By bringing in, the dark side into your, into your offices and tearing down the walls so that there is no dark side, they have the same objectives and goals that we do. That was sort of some of that aha moment within the organization. And so I needed to bring them in. We needed to demonstrate, directly on, your babies are ugly here. We got to clean some of these dogs up. And so, when you do that and you do it in a compelling way in your organization, it means a lot. And it's kind of, and not just for us and for, for what we do, but, I think I remember talking with Billy Rios about, one of his last pieces on the pump. And until he actually uploaded and showed the FDA the demo of it, that's when they had the aha moment and they got it. He could talk about, the compromises and the vulnerabilities and what was discovered and, until he got, blue, but, they weren't going to get it until they could actually, see it and smacked right in front of their face. So keeping it smacked in front of their face is kind of how I try to
And I
keep
think
it
there's
real.
also a second important lesson there, which is he demonstrated it to them, not dropped O'Day on stage.
Right.
So one of the things that I've observed is if you go in and talk to people in a trustful, clueful way with respect on both sides, then they'll listen to whatever you say. If you instead put them in a position where they're surprised and have to react, they will probably react in a way that is opposite to what you want. So breaking down that wall between people who are both trying to do the right thing and bringing them together is a really, really critical part of doing this.
I think that's awesome. So again, I'm very simple. So I distill those things in the way that I hear them, right? And to me, it speaks to me, everybody's story speaks to me in a different but really congruent way, where we have demonstration being one of those kind of things that helps you break down the walls. But there's also some really poignant other things. I think when you were talking about the ERP plan and being able to bring that to a financial means, that's changing and translating the conversation, right? But the real key of that really wasn't financial. The key to that I heard, and I can see in some ways, is that you reframed the context of what was going on to their language. You said, if you care about safety and security, I'm going to put this into the bucket that you care about so that I can be passionate, you can be passionate, and we're on the same goal and on the same path. And I think that that's a huge thing for all of us to learn from. In the beginning, beyond demonstration, what I got was this kind of pride of ownership, right? My word's my bond. That's what I do. I say I'm going to do it. And I think that that's another really, really powerful thing for all of us to start looking at and learning from, to say, if you're going to do something and you do it with integrity, that integrity is going to gain you the type of political capital and the type of flexibility that may not be present. You may have to work 10 years to get your integrity to the level of that, where it's every single time they say they're going to do it, they do it, and then you'll have those pieces. And the demonstration piece is beautiful, because demonstration is actually really hard. Demonstration's so hard because you're trying to figure out how hard do I hit somebody with the Nerf bat to annoy them enough to know that they could have got hit with a steel bat, but not hard enough that they're mad at you for hitting them with a Nerf bat. And that's a real kind of delicate line to play. And so being able to do that and execute on those things, I think takes the integrity. I think it takes the pride of ownership. I think it takes where with you, I see this impact. It takes, I am driven by the amount of impact that happens. And the more impact that happens, the more fueled I get about it, the more passion I put into it, the more impact happens after that. And it's this fireball that goes down, using each one of these things that you guys kind of have some distinct views on together to break down all of the walls and to change what you love doing into what you're doing.
And if I can just add to your comment, I think one part that you mentioned, I want to emphasize even more, which is, this may not be maybe the most popular thing to say, but if you want to influence your organization, you have to start speaking their language, right?
Hallelujah.
You can't do a backflip every time you find cross-site scripting. I'm sorry, in the grand scheme of things, it just doesn't matter. It really doesn't. Whether to fix that or not is just another business decision. Just like whether it's to upgrade a valve fitting or whatever, build a new campus. It's just another business decision. And I think we will have far more respect, in our boardroom and with our senior management when we can speak more their language, which is around, business prioritization, Forex adjustments, depreciation, resource capital around the world. I mean, that's how these decisions are made, and we can't continue to be kind of odd stepchildren in that discussion, right? We need to start being active participants in the business discussion.
Yep.
Lastly, of my interest, because I'm selfish and I get to moderate so I can ask you questions, how do you survive the fatigue? Because you guys are making profound changes in macro industries that have never been able to make these kinds of changes. You're breaking down huge walls that people aren't even willing to scale, and breaking bricks is tiring. What do you do to stay in the game?
I used to say drink. I don't say that. I don't know whether it's because I'm getting old or whether my fatigue outlasts my ability to drink. But now for myself, I'm an introvert, so I just go into a quiet room and sit and maybe listen to some music and spend my weekends not leaving the house, which is maybe not the healthiest thing. But if you've been in DC lately, it's like the temperature here, but with also 100% humidity, so it's not really fun to go outside. But I know other people deal with it in different ways, and I think the condensed answer would be, whatever recharges you, go do that.
What about the rest of you guys? Because I imagine y'all have secret tips that I need to learn from, because I get tired quick.
So for me, it's not fatigue yet. Automotive cybersecurity is kind of an emerging field. You're starting to see companies now have cyber directors report to CEOs. You're starting to see companies making changes in their designs. You're starting to have companies come to at least us, the government, and say, look, we realize this is a problem, and here's what we're doing about it, and we want to tell you because we want you to get smart too. So right now, it's not fatiguing. I mean, it's really an emerging area right now. Back to Karen, government, slow, move, slow, no change. But, this area right now, because of automation, because of vehicle-to-vehicle communication, because of higher-end audio systems in the cars, this is all the new frontier. 10 years ago, let's go hack the car. Okay, that meant cut a brake line, pull the throttle cable, maybe sever, a steel belt on the tire, and 100 miles later, ha, ha, ha. Now we have the cars are equipped with, I'll say, the tools to allow them to be compromised or to allow them to be vulnerable. You can't take a 57 Chevy and steer it to the left, at least from a computer. So for me at least, and at least my team, we're not fatigued. This is a new emerging area. We've set up a new division. I have a new lab, and it's very exciting for us. So we haven't hit that point.
You know what? Good. I mean, and what an opportunity for people who feel it to look at your industry and go, I need to go somewhere where the fuel is.
There's also probably a lot of people in this room who can help fatigue you if you want that. We can get you there. Don't worry.
Is this the whole lead a horse to water, can't make him drink, we can make him really tired?
And to Bo's point, I would drink, and I own a brewery too. So
Okay.
some preparing.
Drinking might come back into your story now.
Yeah.
What about the rest of you guys?
I'll tell you, for me, when you asked the question, I had kind of a little bit of a crisis. I'm like, wow, I've never thought about that. But the honest answer is, I would agree with you. It's not even close. I'm not I've barely gotten started. I have so much left in the tank, let's say, where no one's even put a dent yet to slow me down. I feel like I still have a tremendous runway of passion to carry me through all this. I don't feel the slightest bit of fatigue.
Awesome.
I don't feel it at all. I mean, and I'll tell you what I want to do. I want to build a world-class software security program, and we've just gotten started. Not even close yet.
Love it.
So I would describe kind of your fatigue from I've hit that wall, and because you constantly, as you said, trying to knock the bricks down, and you hit a few of them, and it's like, okay, this isn't getting me anywhere. And so I also don't know if I call it fatigue or more, how am I going to approach that wall in a different way?
Sure.
And that for me is, I try to go back into the toolkit and understand you probably face this in some other fashion and another different means. What did you do? What did you leverage from there? Who can you seek out? So I get re-energized by, making sure that I have colleagues and others that I can, bounce things off of in order to, to find a different way of scaling that wall or trying to knock it down. So that would be
awesome.
Kind of my way.
Sneaky too, because I asked those questions for really specific reasons. More to kind of highlight that as all of you have a ton of passion in this, you're still going and just getting started. And I think that shows. It shows that you don't have to have long periods. You have quick recovery between rounds, ready to go. And that to me proves that passion can be put to make progress, and it's not just I'm gonna set progress and go do it. Like you have to put your heart behind it, and if you really feel that you can make the change, you can be the change. You don't. It doesn't have to exist. I mean, look at our whole industry. It didn't exist 30 years ago, and in hardly any capacity, And now we're renting hotels out. It's crazy. Like, that to me is totally crazy. And we're doing it so that we can get together and go, these are the things that we're solving. These are the problems that I have. And this is a community of people, like you said, around me where I'm beating bricks and I don't know where this problem's going. And people are like, oh, we've done this and this and this. And now all of a sudden the road is completely open. When you thought you were at step 1, you're at step 10. And I think that all of us have a ton to learn from each other, no matter who has what experience or who's in what industry or at what step of the process you're in. I think just sharing those things, being passionate in a way and trying to leverage each other's, brick breaking together is how we're going to make progress that leaps each other each time. We're never going to go from 1 to 2 to 3 anymore. We'll probably go to 1 to 5 to 30. And that's why we're growing so fast. And I think that, people like this are driving those forces. I mean, well, you're literally driving the force, but everyone else is pushing the force. But I think they're really driving that. So, I know we have to wrap up, but I want everybody to think about what types of changes you're seeing going on in the world, the big world, right? There's devices, there's all of these things that we're using. There's people that are out there that are pushing the gas to say, okay, we're going to start securing these things. And instead of just worrying about what's the next symptom, let's start trying to figure out any way that we can work together to give all of the people the most help that they have and put as much fuel on the fire as we can to actually go forward. So I thank you guys. I thank you guys immensely. I get to learn tons of stuff, so whether other people do or not, I'm insanely selfish in the fact that I love it, because I get to hear all these things and these wonderful stories. So thank you so much for all of your efforts. And if there's anything I personally can do, please let me know. And you got everything I got. So thank you guys.
Awesome. Thank you. All right. So with that, we're going to break for lunch, and we'll be back here at 2 sharp-ish for a very interesting talk with Jen Ellis and Amanda Craig from Microsoft on how hackers are changing policy and policy changing hackers. So thank you, and see you in an hour and a half.
is a lawyer, so you can blame her for anything we say
Officially,
today.
not on behalf of Microsoft, but officially, I got a law degree, and some state gave me something.
So we're going to cover some of the major developments, and then we are going to go into the specific areas that Cavalry focuses on, so medical, transportation, public infrastructure, and home. And then we're going to talk about how you guys can get engaged in policy should you so wish to do. So, in terms of major developments, this is the biggie, the gold standard major development that we have seen in the past year that has had an impact on what I would call cyber safety, what we would all call cyber safety, perhaps. So basically, the DMCA, who is familiar with the DMCA? Quick show of hands. Okay, so I don't probably need to tell most of you, but in a nutshell, the US has 2 copyright laws, because one is just for losers. So there's one that basically says copyright's a thing and we should respect copyright, we like copyright. And then there's the DMCA, which says, so about that copyright thing, yeah, we were serious about that. So if you circumvent technical protections that are put in place to protect copyright, that's a problem for us. So not just the copyright issue, but also the circumventing technical protections. What this means is that a lot of research has been subject to the DMCA, because often research involves circumventing technical protections. Now, what the DMCA does, it does a couple of things. Firstly, it has some permanent carve-outs, some permanent exemptions to address this problem, but they're very, very narrow. So one of them is about reversing the hardware, but it has very narrow restrictions. And one of them is about testing security of data in transit, encryption. Very narrow boundaries. So if you wanted to do things like look at firmware, traditionally that has been frowned upon. When I say frowned upon, I mean with handcuffs. The DMCA also has this secondary thing it does where it says, okay, this is about technological controls, and technology moves faster than law. So what we're going to do is we're going to say every 3 years, we'll open a process where you can apply for an exemption. And you apply to the Copyright Office and the Library of Congress because they know a lot about security research. So that's what it says, and the idea is you apply, and then every 3 years, any exemptions that exist, apart from the permanent ones that I just mentioned, roll back. So even if you already got some in, you lose them, and you have to go through the process again. And they have this sort of multi-layered process where you apply, and then there's a comment period where people can say, no, that sucks, I hate it. And then there's another comment period where people can say, no, I love it, it's great, we should do it. And then there's some testifying that happens, testify. And then, and then the Library of Congress and the Copyright Office look at all of this stuff, and they go and they talk to other parts of the government, and like Alan, and they come back and they say yes or no on your exemption. So why is this a major thing for us? Well, last year we went through this process, and there are a whole bunch of people who participated in requesting exemptions for security research. There were 4 security research requests that went in. 1 for security research for medical devices, 1 for security research for cars, and 2 for general consumer-oriented technology consumer research. So the Copyright Office and the Library of Congress got all of these in together. They looked at all of them. They went, oh, these all kind of overlap. We should do something that encompasses all of them. And they went and they talked to NHTSA, who went, and they talked to the FDA, and they talked to the NTIA at the Department of Commerce, who said, yes, security research is a thing, and it helps us support a free and open internet. We should support it. It's good. We like it. And so they said, oh, okay, oh, that's good, right, we like it, yes. These technology manufacturers, though, and their alliances, they seem less enthusiastic about the whole idea. They've written some letters. What should we do? And NHTSA went, and the FDA and the NTIA gave much more balanced advice. And so eventually what happened was the Library of Congress and the Copyright Office said, okay, we will have an exemption for security research, one exemption, and it will cover any consumer-oriented technology, provided it's not in production, so no wandering around hospitals unplugging shit and plugging in USBs. Sorry to spoil your fun. But because this is all a little bit like, we're not really sure what to do, and it's still going, we're going to delay it for a year. So you can do this, it'll come into effect, but rather than it being immediate, we're going to delay it for a year. Except for voting machines, because there's kind of a thing coming up. So please go test voting machines. So anyway, so the deadline for this, when it comes into effect, is October. So for the people who have traditionally not considered themselves technology providers, of which in the IoT space we deal with many, who, they're now dealing with lots and lots and lots of lines of code, but don't think of themselves as technology providers, they think of themselves as car makers or medical device makers or whatever it is. For those people, they have this sort of looming deadline, and it has an impact.
It has an impact, yeah, that we're seeing already in the actions of some of these companies that don't consider themselves technology providers, but increasingly are. There are numerous examples of this. One is the NTA process on vulnerability disclosure. There have been many automakers and some medical device manufacturers that have participated in that process and have attributed their participation to kind of a better dialogue with their regulator, because it demonstrates that they recognize this is an issue that they need to deal with and that they are engaging on it. In addition, GM in January of this year published a vulnerability disclosure policy in coordination with HackerOne. Then in April, May, Johnson & Johnson published a coordinated vulnerability disclosure program as well. And then most recently in July, Fiat Chrysler America, FCA, published a bug bounty program in coordination with BugCrowd.
Great, so we're starting to see like real developments, and the alliances in this space are kind of pushing their members to kind of understand, hey, October's going to happen. Researchers who have been too afraid to disclose in the past and have been storing up vulnerabilities are going to suddenly come out of the woodwork, and they are going to disclose, and you're going to have processes in place to deal with this. So we are seeing a huge cultural shift, which is actually awesome. I mean, this is like the best possible thing we could hope for. Bear in mind, though, we have 2 years, and then this goes away, and we start the process again. So the battle is certainly not done. And because of this sort of strange process where you're applying to the Library of Congress, which looks like a very technological place, because you're applying to the Library of Congress and the Copyright Office, and you're going through this sort of strangely intensive process, and there's lots of uncertainty. And really, this is about something that isn't a copyright issue. I mean, most researchers don't, as far as I understand, they're not really trying to defraud any company in terms of the copyright stuff. It's really just like, hey, you have a vulnerability, let's fix it and not put people at risk. So because it's not really a copyright issue at its core, there are people who are trying to get the DMCA changed at a sort of more basic level. And there are a number of different ways of approaching this. One is to work through sort of the more traditional routes of getting congressional support, trying to get legal reform. The Copyright Office, for what it's worth, is actually quite supportive of all of that. In conversations that we've had with them, they've been like, yeah, we don't really know about this. We don't really think we should be making decisions on it. We're happy to support this. Another route to go is you could launch legal action against the Copyright Office, which is what the EFF and some other people are doing. That was announced last week. I don't want to get too much into it because I really like the EFF, but I think that my personal view on this is that our better path forward is through collaboration and finding common ground and building trust. I think that is a massive theme of Am The Cavalry. And if you don't want to build trust and find collaborative opportunities, this is possibly not the room for you, in all honesty. And so I kind of feel like, when you sue people, you sort of undermine a lot of that. And whilst I don't expect Alan to comment in any way, shape, or form, I imagine that when the research community decides to sue the Copyright Office, it does make the advocates that we have had feel a little sheepish in continuing to advocate for us. So there you go. That's my personal view on it. I still love the EFF, in support of the EFF, but that's my personal view. So, developments in medical. I've been talking a lot, so we're going to ask some other people to come and talk instead. So first we're going to welcome Suzanne Schwartz from the FDA, who's going to talk about some changes they have made, which is very cool. Let me move. Here, have mine.
Oh, thank you. All right. Yeah. So a lot of what Jen had provided in the introduction are areas and items that we feel very, very much aligned with. And I'm going to take a step back, actually. So how many of you have had any kind of interaction at all or know much about the FDA, the Food and Drug Administration? So there's a fair number of people here, okay. And obviously we're the regulatory agency responsible for different medical products. I come from the Center for Devices and Radiological Health, and it's our center, our medical product center that has oversight on both the pre-market as well as post-market authority of medical devices that are distributed within the United States. And the past few years has been a huge awakening for the FDA as well as for, more broadly speaking, I would say the healthcare and medical device ecosystem in coming to terms with the challenges with respect to medical device vulnerabilities and the need to address those vulnerabilities. So if I were to go back a few years' time, somewhere around the 2013 period, the spring of 2013, we experienced our own wake-up call with regard to vulnerabilities that were brought to our attention and needing to really, therefore, engage with the industry, with the medical device industry, in a manner that is somewhat different than we've had in the past. And what I mean by that is recognition that there's a need for raising awareness, educating, doing a lot of outreach on a topic that many of the medical device manufacturers, I'm not going to say all, but many of the medical device manufacturers really did not have on their radar as being something that needs to be addressed in a very proactive manner. The ecosystem for us is a complicated one because of the fact that it's not just medical device manufacturers, but are the end users, the healthcare delivery organizations, the hospitals, the clinical sites, the patients that utilize devices. And just because a device is regulated by the FDA doesn't mean that we have that kind of end-to-end oversight and authority over the device's use once it's deployed out there in the field within the hospital or within a home or with a patient who has a device that's implanted. So when I think about what we were faced with at that time, it warranted the need for us to really embrace the idea of bringing the community, the healthcare community together to rally around the necessity to address the challenges with respect to medical devices. And there's ways of looking at these challenges and being very superficial here, but we've got the pre-market side, devices that are in their early design, concept phase, and development. And then you have all those devices that are actually out there in the field, we can call on the post-market side. The way that we have been addressing medical device security is by messaging and socializing the necessity for the total product lifecycle approach to medical device security. So for new devices, new technologies that are emerging or that are in the process of being developed and designed, the need to be able to build in that security a priori from the beginning, to bake it in, not to kind of have it as an afterthought to deal with security and then bolt it on afterwards. We know how challenging that is. And so I guess it was back in 2013, 2014, we had released what's called guidance that provides to the medical device manufacturers what our expectations are for manufacturers to address cybersecurity in the pre-market phase. But that's only a part of the story. I wouldn't even say that that's half the story. It's a fraction of the story. The bigger issue are all the devices that are out there in use in the post-market, that many of them are what are called legacy devices, or devices that were built at a time where, again, security was not on the forefront of the manufacturers or on the healthcare delivery organization's mind. And these are devices that day in, day out, more and more vulnerabilities are being identified and are emerging and need to be assessed and need to be dealt with. But we absolutely cannot do this alone. And so we went on this campaign of really engaging all of the stakeholders within the ecosystem. And this was also very much in parallel with efforts by the administration through the issuance of executive orders and presidential policy directives that set a certain expectation or framework for what government regulatory agencies working with the private sector could be doing in order to improve or strengthen cybersecurity of critical infrastructure. And healthcare public health, medical devices are part of that infrastructure. So we embarked on this journey to understand all of the wants, all of the needs, all of the challenges of the stakeholders in our ecosystem. And in so doing, it becomes really, really critical to bring the security researcher community into the fold and to give the security researcher community not only a voice to be heard, to be listened to be paid attention to, but respect and a seat at the table, and to recognize the value that security researchers provide by way of expertise in working with the medical device companies and working with the government in understanding the vulnerabilities that are out there and how we need to be addressing them and addressing them in an expedient manner, in particular when they present concerns for patient safety, which is ultimately what the FDA is concerned about, and I think what we're all concerned about. So we, through these efforts, came to know Am The Cavalry, Bo Woods, and Josh Corman really, really well over the past couple of years, and this has turned into quite an extraordinary partnership by virtue of really learning from the security researcher community as ambassadors to us for that, and our being able to exchange information and present the perspective that the regulator has, as well as what we know of the stakeholders in the community. And I would go so far as to credit this type of engagement, this close collaborating and partnering with Am The Cavalry and with others, with the medical device manufacturers, with the healthcare delivery organizations, but the level of engagement was so closely knit that the guidance that we issued on post-market just a few months ago, back in January 2016, was considered to be a rather solid, a rather robust guidance, and one that people across the entire ecosystem could kind of nod to and say, oh yeah, this policy makes sense. Obviously, there's tweaks that'll have to happen with the guidance as we finalize it. But what we did was we introduced concepts that we believe are really critical, and that is coordinated disclosure, the importance of coordinated disclosure, of researchers working together with manufacturers, working with also information sharing and analysis organizations as part of developing that transparency, and having processes in place for handling vulnerability information as it comes in. So we built into the guidance the fact that FDA recognized those standards and that we consider it really, really important as part of the management program, the overall comprehensive risk management program of medical device manufacturers to undertake their assessment and their management of medical devices from a cybersecurity perspective with these standards in mind. Now, I mean, I can go on for a very long time, but I think I've already taken a lot of time, so maybe we can address a little bit more during whatever Q&A or if people...
Yeah, and there's, I think, a medical session after this.
Yes,
so
yes,
people
yes,
can
yes.
ask questions then. Okay, so, one thing that I want to call out there that I think maybe people are modest and don't call out themselves is, as Suzanne mentioned, when the FDA was working on this stuff, they collaborated with members of the research community, which, all props and all power to the FDA for doing that. That's a huge thing. It actually is creating a new model, and I think that they deserve a round of applause, which I can't do holding a microphone. The other thing is that there are people in this room who also participated in that process and also influenced it. And, from time to time, I have heard or seen people question what the cavalry's doing. To those people, that's what the cavalry's doing. And that's where the strength is. It's behind closed doors in non-showy, non-ostentatious conversations. But, there are people in this room who had a real impact on that stuff. And I think that the FDA would acknowledge that they added value to the conversation. And I think that deserves to be acknowledged. So I'm going to ask you again to give a round of applause. But there's more. So this was not everything on medical. There was some other things that happened on medical, and Josh is going to come up and talk about it. And if you don't know who Josh is, then there's no point in me introducing him. Hey, Josh!
I promise not to yell.
Yeah, sorry. I don't know that part.
I think I'm supposed to hit the task force?
Yeah,
The CISO bill? Okay. So there's going to be more medical content throughout the 2 days, but for this chunk, if you didn't see this morning, there's one more thing I want to embarrass Suzanne a little bit more about. We didn't get a long bio for her, but when I first started getting aware of this, it was people like Dr. Kevin Fu, who had done some medical hacking. It was Barnaby Jack before we lost him. It was Jay Radcliffe. And people had been trying to do this, but they left very, very frustrated. In fact, they believed that the FDA-type situation was intractable. One of the doctors yelled at Jay at some point, not an FDA person, and saying, there's no dead bodies, this is academic and esoteric, and until there's proof of harm, real dead bodies, we aren't going to do anything. And I kind of bought that initially, but meeting Suzanne, I mean, she's an amazing equivalent peer to the rebellious passion that we see in this community. The FDA government, I think Frank said this from NHTSA, government moves really slowly, but there are change agents and people that are just like us who are looking for that teammate in us. So if we can be a teammate to them, they will be a teammate back. So every time I talk to her, I get more impressed, but she was a trauma surgeon, burn unit specialist. I mean, every part of her fiber is about saving lives. And now we have a new way to do it together. And even though we believe that you would need dead bodies to see any significant change, last summer they issued a safety recall on the Hospira drug infusion pump with 0 dead bodies, 0 proof of harm. And they had the presence of mind and the courage to push in a pretty hard government circumstance to really see that an unmitigated pathway to harm is sufficient to trigger corrective action. We don't have to wait for calamity. And I think as much as I'm really proud of the people in this room that helped bring the security research perspective, none of it works if we don't have amazing teammates. So she's one of my heroes, and I hope that people get to know her better. Really briefly, one of the things that's been a fruit of this is we've established such trust that Congress in the CISA Act of 2015 in December, which most of you know is the information sharing bill, they had a provision in there asking HHS, Health and Human Services, to do a 1-year task force on cybersecurity. There were 20 people to be picked, and I think because of the work we had done, they wanted the researcher community to be one of those 20 voices. So Michael McNeil, who was up here earlier from Philips, he's one of the largest device manufacturers on the task force. I was asked to represent the research community. So people who have worked in healthcare delivery or doing research on this, if there's anything you want pulled into that process, we have a 12-month assignment with 6 things we owe to Congress, HHS, and the White House at the end of it, and we're about halfway through. And some of the stuff we're going to cover tomorrow with the cameras off are the really, really, really hard problems that we are really, really, really concerned about. So I think a critical linchpin in making hospitals safe is making the devices more rugged, more resilient, more defensible. And I think Suzanne's part of the universe has been very helpful in raising the bar on individual medical devices. In addition to that, this task force is now looking at how do you make healthcare delivery organizations that still use Windows XP and really old gear and don't have CISOs and are wide open and naked to the internet in many cases. Her work is very necessary but insufficient for this other stuff. So one of the policy advances I think we should be very pleased to see is A, that they have a focus on cybersecurity, B, it's an open process, and C, that one of the 20 voices is basically us. So if you weren't aware of that, please load me up. We're looking for people who have pen tested, HDOs, who have clever or innovative ideas. We're looking for academics who can find more realistic ways to prevent attacks. And I think the real big wake-up call for them was the Hollywood Presbyterian Hospital losing its ability to provide patient care. And the ransomware is just, it's like shooting fish in a barrel for the hospitals. They just are not in a good position at all. So if you missed this morning's stuff, we're going to dive into that a little bit more tomorrow. And the second thing's a little less related, but it's another good sign. I guess just like in the private sector, sometimes the CISO reports to the CIO, and there's a little bit of inherent conflict of interest. HHS, there was a bill introduced to basically give more power to the CISO by stripping it out from underneath the CIO. I don't think there was necessarily a structural problem, but they said, you know what? The operations and the cybersecurity of a government agency is important, so they invited me to be I guess I get to my first congressional testimony. I still didn't do as well as Jen did for her toys, but.
Jen avoided swearing.
But I
Yeah.
did say on the congressional record that I'd be known to talk about blowing up buildings.
Yes. So it's an intimidating process, and it's a lot of work, but here's the good news, bad news is, this is going to happen more often. So now that we were starting to build trust relationships with some of these key congressional committees, they don't all get hearings, but several times, almost like once a month at least, there's an emergent topic where their members want to get smart on something. So I have to find like the world expert on crypto that can actually talk to a congressperson like now. So you might get a phone call from me or from Bo or something where we're not necessarily looking for the best crypto person, we're looking for the best translator. And as they recognize how dependent they are on cyber, we're going to need to build those muscles. And we're not always going to do it right, and we're not always going to use the right words that this community likes, but I think it's a good sign that we've had a few now, like Dave Kennedy, yourself, me. We're starting to establish ourselves that whenever there's a cyber topic, they at least might ask us our opinion. So we might not be on camera on C-SPAN, but we are at least being asked for information. I think that's also a very good sign. Is that what you wanted? Okay.
So yeah, so there's lots happening in medical, and I think, sorry, I remember how microphones work at some point. So there's lots happening in medical, and I think, you know, the key takeaway here is we are seeing progress, which is kind of awesome. So on to transport and self-driving cars. Thanks, I appreciate it. So there's a lot going on in transport as well, and not just in terms of cars, although cars obviously make a lot of headlines on a regular basis, and there are a lot of things happening there. So I'm going to talk about some car stuff, and then Amanda's going to talk about some aviation stuff. So there are a few things that have happened. So one, has anybody heard of the Michigan car bill? All right, a few. Michigan introduced a proposal for a state bill, and it would have made it an offense to access the computer systems in a car without permission from the manufacturer, which again kind of makes research pretty illegal. So this was introduced by the Senate majority in, I'm going to try and get my timing right on this, April, end of April. And then like very, very quickly there was a response from the community. So a coalition of researchers and people from the security community responded in private in a letter and said, hey, super concerning, you're basically making research illegal, and kind of pointed to the fact that there have been some instances of published car research that's been very valuable, and that, you know, we're thinking about lives here, and got a really great level of engagement from the bill sponsors. So they came back and they said, okay, this sounds serious, we should consider it, we should talk, let's chat. And there's been some back and forth, and the proposed changes that they're looking at making would make it that the car's owner can give permission to somebody to access the systems. And they're defining owner to include like what's the right word for this? Lessee? Is that the right word? Yeah, so it's much broader now, and it would mean that I can give access to you to do work on it as a researcher. They are reconvening, I think tomorrow is when the state legislature comes back, and we don't know when the bill will be reintroduced, but we do expect that it will be introduced with updated language. So again, yay for researchers collaborating and kind of moving this forward. Then there was a couple of things that happened on a federal level. And one of them was and I can never remember the name of this, I always refer to it as the NHTSA bill, which is not what it is. No, the other one. Yeah, the National Highway Act, whatever it was. So this was proposed beginning of the year. And again, it had something in it that said it would be a federal offense to access the computer systems in the car without the permission of the manufacturer. Again, there was a strong response from the community. This actually did have a hearing. And so there was the Commerce Committee had a hearing, and they called in NHTSA and some other people, various Auto Alliance type people, and they kind of went through it, and there were some questions that were asked in the committee hearing about researchers and what the impact would be. And generally speaking, like, the feeling is the bill is not going to move, and if it does move, then the language around this particular piece will be changed and adapted. And so, again, it looks like we're making the right kind of progress because there is a high level of engagement. So at the moment, I mean, like, I think you guys are probably all aware that nothing much is likely to move in Congress this year. There's kind of some other stuff going on. So nothing's moving anytime soon, but the question is, like, when we're thinking about movement, we're thinking about what's going to happen next year, what will be reintroduced, what might have legs. And so the engagement that we're looking at driving is really about how do we improve things so that when they get picked up next year, they'll be less damaging. And so it looks like we're going in the right direction with that stuff. So then the third one is, as Josh mentioned, the Spy Car Act. This is Senator Markey's bill. It was not this year, it was last year, and I think it was in the early part of last year, so this is old. Spy Car stands for Security and Privacy in Your Car, or For Your Car Act. And it is looking at sort of measures that automotive manufacturers can introduce to advance security or improve privacy in automobiles. Again, super unlikely to move. There are some good things in it and some questionable things. And that is generally the case with legislation and legislative proposals. So it's about engaging and educating. If you are interested in looking at this, you should take a look and then reach out to Senator Markey's office. But they have been talking a lot to people in the community. They've been talking to the automotive manufacturers. And as I said, like, some of the stuff that they're proposing is actually pretty cool, and it would be very interesting to see what happens with it. But then there's also things like there's a pen testing requirement that seems a little like it may not be very practical. They want to do the stickers that say how secure you are. I don't know how that would work in practice, but I kind of like the idea of it because then I think it gets consumers into a point of view of thinking about security and having an expectation of security information, which we don't have today. And anything that improves security awareness, I am a fan of. But it's really unlikely to move anytime soon. So that's pretty much what's happening in Carland. That's the main stuff. And again, like, there are people in this room who have heavily participated in moving all three of those bills on in terms of the language, if not like the bills actually moving. So again, if you're one of those people, you should give yourself a big pat on the back because that's awesome work. Thank you.
And I'll just highlight a couple of developments in the aviation industry. The major development was this year, very recent, in the last few weeks actually, but I'll start in September 2014, which is when the Aviation Information Sharing and Analysis Center, or ISAC, was established. It's just an indication that aviation companies are aware of this issue, are recognizing there's a need to share information and to get a better handle on the cybersecurity threat. And then in 2015, I'm sure, as you're all aware, there are lots of things that happened to increase awareness of the threat of cybersecurity and the aviation space. So there was the instance of Chris in the United tweet. There was an instance of a Polish airliner being brought down. There was what happened in the Malaysia airline crash. And then there was also something called a Government Accountability Office report, GAO report, which highlighted that the Federal Aviation Administration, or FAA, did not have sufficient security in place to protect airline traffic control systems. So in the kind of fall of 2015, there was a lot of interest among politicians of dealing with and addressing this issue. And then this past spring, the Federal Aviation Administration, or FAA Reauthorization Act, was introduced in April. And what the Reauthorization Act basically does is it extends the mandate and the funding for the FAA. And it was just finalized mid-July and signed in mid-July. It extends the mandate and the funding for the FAA for another 14 months. Then we'll revisit all these issues. But the really important thing that happened was that a part of the reauthorization bill required that the FAA take a look at reducing cyber risks to aviation systems, civil aviation systems, and gave the FAA just 240 days to come back and report on a framework, policies, principles of how they were going to help reduce risk. And a couple of the things that were specifically called out was thinking about reducing risks on in-flight entertainment systems and to the air traffic control systems. And then the same time that the FAA reauthorization bill was introduced in April of this year, there was a bill introduced, the Cyber Air Act, by Ed Markey from Massachusetts, a senator from Massachusetts. And it was purposefully timed at the same time as the FAA Reauthorization Act and contained some of the same ideas that there needs to be some sort of cybersecurity guidelines for aviation, that there should be mandatory reporting of certain kinds of incidents to the government, and that there needs to be serious thought for the infotainment systems for how to secure those. So that bill is kind of been set aside. It's in committee, which means it's being considered. It could eventually make it to the floor. It could not, but that has been presented to help move the conversation forward.
Thanks, Amanda. I actually think you're next. Yes.
Nope.
What? Yeah. So, but if I'll do the White House grant bill. Okay. So there's been a few things again in infrastructure. I'm sort of mindful of time. There is a bill that was introduced by Senators Graham and Whitehouse. It was originally called the International Cybercrime Prevention Act, and it was introduced last summer. And then it was abbreviated down and proposed as an amendment for CISA, which did not move ahead. And then it got reintroduced this year as the Botnet Prevention Act. And they're still working on it. There's likely to be a new version next year. And it basically does a bunch of different things around law enforcement, authorities for computer crimes. And one of the things that it does is it looks to update some of the existing laws, including increasing the penalties for computer crimes against critical infrastructure. That's pretty much what it does in relation to critical infrastructure. It's that, and it's not more complicated than that. You guys should check it out, but it's likely to be reintroduced next year in some other format. Again, it's called the Botnet Prevention Act, if you want to check it out.
We can just talk about the NIST framework.
Okay.
You guys are all familiar with the NIST cybersecurity framework? Yes? Just a very quick update on that. As I'm sure you're all very aware, there have been numerous RFIs before the framework was finalized and since the framework has been finalized. The most recent ones in December of 2015, last year. And that RFI was basically asking, again, about how organizations are using the framework, but also more forward thinking, how should the framework be revised? Should NIST continue to have the role that it's had, or should the framework move to another place? And so and the results of that RFI response and a workshop that NIST hosted in April, they are updating the framework. And so they're working through the pieces the feedback that they received on things that need to be updated or added. Like there's been some attention around the cyber supply chain risk management being added. So updates or changes to the implementation tiers. Jen Ellis wrote that they needed to think about having vulnerability disclosure best practices. So, yes. And so that's going to be happening through the fall, and the plan right now is that they'll release a draft update early next year for comment.
All right, I think that the next one is Alan. He's going to talk a little bit about home stuff.
Thank you. And I know we've sung a lot of praises about the Cavalry. I will just say that Washington, for better or worse, often depends on outside experts, special interest as they're known. And often they get a bad rap, but really, the expertise comes from people in industry, it comes from civil society, and Washington has dedicated people who care about privacy, who care about encryption. There are lots of civil society people who really help us understand the core values. There hasn't been people who really say cyber safety is a social value that we all need to work for. And the Cavalry has been a really incredible resource for those of us in government who who need the information in order to work and build programs. So I'm from the Department of Commerce. We like it when markets work, when people get to buy and build and innovate, maybe in slightly different orders, depending on your priority of where you are in the department. We're not a regulator, but we're interested in promoting better markets for security. So just today, we announced a new initiative on IoT security, starting with the premise that it's very hard for consumers to know what to look for in security. You can't really go to a smart TV and say, gosh, did they use a BSIM secure development lifecycle process when they built my smart TV? But there are some things we can start. We can say, does this device support security upgradability? Can this device be patched? The problem is, there isn't really a universal definition of what it means to be patchable in smart devices. It's a multidimensional problem. And so we are launching a multi-stakeholder process to bring together security experts, device manufacturers, device integrators, those who are responsible for connectivity of devices, and saying, let's talk about the many dimensions that we care about for patchability, whether it's the user experience, or whether it's authentication of the devices, or whether it's how long this device is going to be patched. And let's build a taxonomy, and then from that develop a much smaller set of definitions that consumers can know about, to look at, to work with, to say, Consumer Reports says I should look for these words on the label. And that manufacturers now have some specific goals to work towards, to actually demonstrate to their board or to their cost counters, oh, we can get a return on security investment by making these products better. This is voluntary. We're not saying everyone needs to have this. And by making it voluntary, we believe that we can get active participation from industry, bring them to the table for those who want to be active participants. Most people in industry really like security, at least on the security teams, right? They wouldn't be in security if they didn't care about it. So it is going to be we're launching it now. If you're interested, please engage. There's a blog post out, and the first meeting will be in sometime this fall. The other thing I want to flag is by my colleagues at NIST, the National Cybersecurity Center of Excellence is engaged in a number of initiatives, basically helping organizations transition from a technical standard into implementation. Standards are fantastic, but often organizations don't know how to go from a highly technical standard to actually adopt it. And so NCCOE does things, they build reference implementations to say, okay, I need these different components. I need something that is this standard, something that is this standard, and here's how they fit together to actually be secure, as opposed to just one particular piece of technology which won't do the job. They have a particular initiative right now on the smart home, focusing on authentication and authorization. How do the different pieces of your connected home actually manage authentication and authorization? They call them non-personal entities. So, you have different parts of your smart home. We need to have common standards for authentication and authorization to make sure you can actually have a secure home, so that different pieces of devices of your smart home can't attack other parts of your smart home. So if you're interested in that, I'm happy to connect you to the right people. But again, I just want to thank all of you and urge you to get engaged. This is something where we really need as many people who are passionate about security to weigh in, because there are lots of voices in Washington for, build more widgets, or my industry is more important than every other industry. We need more voices for security is something that really affects everyone. So thank you.
Thanks, Alan. Just to add to what Alan said very briefly, the last multi-stakeholder project that NTIA ran, which was on vulnerability disclosure and handling, one of the criticisms that came from the community is that there are not enough researchers participating. So I really hope that you guys will take the opportunity to participate, even if it's not sort of in person at the meetings. Get on the phone, listen in. Your voice can only be heard if you lend it. Okay, so we're gonna, running out of battery. That's good, because we need to move through. Okay, so how do you get engaged? The big hint here is not like this. Nobody likes a flaming torch, except the British when they're burning down the White House. So don't do that. That would be the first thing. The main thing is really to talk to people who are already involved in some way, find out how you can get involved through them. Most people will try and help you get started in a way that doesn't blow shit up.
Look for common opportunities. There are opportunities through forums like the NTA process, which are looking to have organizations, individuals participate in an open sort of voluntary process. And there are also required comment opportunities. It's part of the implementation of legislative law and by an agency that's administrative law. So they are required to have open comment periods on their rulemaking. And so there's an opportunity to influence how an agency implements a statute.
So for the next one, the bill that I referred to as the NHTSA bill, even though that's not what it's called at all, and I wish I could remember what it was called and stop mentioning NHTSA, because I feel bad now. That bill was a great example of people identifying, hey, this is going to be the Commerce Committee. So let's reach out to staffers who are on the Commerce Committee and tell them what we're worried about. And that led to questions. So if there's a hearing that gets announced, you can look at the committee members and reach out to their offices, and you can basically send them suggestions for questions for hearings. And they'll go through them all. The key to this is they need them at least 48 hours before the hearing. That gives them a chance to go through them, and then they have to submit the questions typically 24 hours before the hearing. So that's the only thing. It's like you have to get your actual timing, but like identifying who's on the committee and reaching out to them, topics you care about, is a really good way of getting involved in a helpful way.
Similarly, identify your local representatives and resident. This sounds a little bit like a democratic dream. but I have some examples actually of when this has worked, and it requires coordination. It really does. You kind of have to have a quorum of people that are interested at the same time. But there's an example. I know some people who are really engaged in pushing the Electrify Africa Act that passed earlier this year, and they had made a concerted effort to write letters to call their local representatives, and they got their local representatives to sign on to the bill. So it happens. You have to be coordinated. You have to actually do it. You might get a form letter back, but
I would say there are two keys to this. One is you either need to hit them on a topic they already care about in some way. So it needs to be your rep and a topic they're already interested in. So I'm in Massachusetts, so the fact that Marky is already looking at a lot of the stuff is helpful for me. The second option is you need to have other people who care about it too. A coalition letter will always have more impact. And a coalition of businesses based in the area will have even more impact. So that's basically the gist on how you approach that. And then the last thing is the EFF has a great action center. It's all described on their website. They give you ideas of how to get involved. You should check that out. We are racing against my battery right now. Okay, so in terms of communication and outreach, again, not burning torches and pitchforks, not super helpful. The biggest thing for staffers is they want an ask. The first thing they'll say to you when you sit down with them is, what can we do for you? And apparently when you say, blow up the CFAA, that's not a good answer. But do have a clear idea when you go in of what your goal is, and have a clear idea of how you're going to speak to that. Like, what is the story you're going to tell that helps them understand it? The first time I went to DC, I went and I was like, it's terrible. Security researchers are being oppressed. We must do something. And I realized that effectively, the day I went was the day that healthcare.gov fell over, and Obama went on TV and went, yeah, I didn't know it wasn't working. And so all of the Dems we met with were watching the news going, holy shit. And all of the reps we met with were watching the TV, rubbing their hands with glee and laughing maniacally. And it was a really great learning, because the key here is they're super busy. By the way, the next time I went was the big immigration thing with the kids, the border, and then the next time was Ebola. So big lesson for me here is, like, these people are busy. They have a lot of stuff going on. And the first several times I went to talk, I realized that what I was basically saying to them is, hey, we need to build a rocket ship and fly to the moon. And they were going, what's the moon? And so you need to make it really easy for them. And that is not being dismissive, right? Like, they're experts in policy. They know shit that I will never know. That is their job. It is not their job to be experts in security research. It is not their job to be experts in any of the stuff we deal with. That is our job. And so our job is to make it easy for them to understand. And if you can create that quid pro quo, they will meet you halfway. So think about what your story is before you go in. Be really clear on how to make it simple for them. Make it simple for yourself and for them.
Part of building your story is doing your research, of course, and by that we mean talking to others with that are representing different pieces of the puzzle that you're trying to build and bring to them. So from my perspective, that means I'll often go talk to the engineers. For yours, it might mean that you need to sit down with someone who has done this policy stuff before and get a sense of how you would go about having an ask that's going to actually be relevant for the individual that you're sitting down and talking about with it.
Yeah, so the next one, this is not a call for you guys to be suck-ups or to be obsequious or to say anything that isn't true. Like, you shouldn't be inauthentic or disingenuous. However, if you see people do something that is genuinely good, recognize it. If the FDA comes out with post-market guidance, that's a really good thing. Tell them that. That is awesome. Be encouraging, because other people are much more likely to want to emulate it if they see it get a positive response. We're really good in this community at pointing out the things that are broken, and we're terrible at pointing out the things that are not. So that is a big one to do.
Related, providing actionable feedback is acknowledging that even if you totally disagree with every single thing in a bill or something, try to recognize where that it's coming from and that it's trying to achieve something that from the perspective of the person writing it is a good thing, and then really figure out how to help that person understand, from your perspective, why that path is not the way to get to the end that is good, and then provide very actionable feedback for how, just saying that's not good, that's not right is not enough. You need to be constructive and show them how to get to where they're trying to go.
And we are right at the hour, so rather than going through the following bullets, I think we covered avoid jargon and
And
the
be
expert
courteous, yeah.
thing. The thing I will say is, we shouldn't need to, I told you we were in a race against our battery, and you missed the Archer slide. God damn it! So the thing I will tell you is, we shouldn't need to tell you to be courteous and helpful. That should be a basic human thing. And frankly, if you don't know that, I can't help you. So good luck with it all. Do we have time just for 10 minutes of questions, or we're super at the hour?
Yeah, do Q&A while I'm setting up.
Okay. Does anybody have a question?
Yeah.
Gillis!
So when you're presenting an ask and you're trying to support the story that you're telling in regards to that,
Yeah.
do you find it's more advantageous to contextualize it with relevant events?
So I want to kind of tie some of those things off and follow up on some of the things we talked about last year, some very cool, surprising developments. And then over the past year, more and more things have happened. So unravel what those are. And then looking ahead, what's coming up. And then we're going to get four very, very cool people up on stage. We're going to have Jay Radcliffe, who is a security researcher. Most of you know him. If not, you know his name at least. Suzanne Schwartz, who has already talked to us once today. She'll come back and talk again. Colin Morgan, who is with Johnson & Johnson. He's done some really, really good things to help drive cybersecurity into their processes. And then Christian Demeff, who is a rare unicorn. He is both a DEF CON speaker and a registered physician. So he's one of the very few people that I know who have both of those on their title. So what's gone on in the last year? Specifically, following up from some of the things we heard last year. Well, I want to point out that as of last year and before, this has not changed. The FDA does not have to recertify patches for medical devices before they can be deployed in the field. Unless something changed this morning in the last hour? No. Okay. So this is still accurate and up-to-date information. You don't have to worry about that. And there's the standard there that you can go and look it up for yourself if you don't believe it. I know that a lot of people falsely believe that you need to have the FDA recertify your medical device before it's published, before it can be updated. I wanted to follow up too on something that happened last year. We had Draeger, who's a German medical device maker, announce their commitment to a coordinated vulnerability disclosure for the first time at BSides Las Vegas, which is a pretty cool thing, you know. A major medical, yes. A major medical device maker came to us and said, we want to announce in your track first. And that was really, really cool. So since then, about a year on, they actually got the thing up about a week or two later. A year on, they've had 4 vulnerability disclosures through this process. So where a lot of medical device makers say, we can't do a coordinated vulnerability disclosure process because we won't know what to do with all the vulnerabilities. They've gotten 4, which is not an onslaught. It's not overwhelming. 0 of these have been extortion attempts. So contrary to the seemingly popular belief in some sectors that all researchers want to do is try and get money out of you, that's not the case. I'll also point out that they have about 12-hour turnaround time from when they get a report coming in to when the researcher gets a report notification back, hey, we got this, we're looking into it. Thanks for sending it in, that's really cool. So of all the software companies, how many have a 12-hour turnaround time to that notification, human-based notification? Not many. So to the medical device makers and to the others who say, well, we just can't do that. We can't respond within 72 hours. Well, they're doing it within 12 hours, and that's with a team of very dedicated professionals working very hard to get that done. So it is possible. And Draeger's done great things. So they're probably watching right now. If they're not watching now, they'll watch the recording. So how about a round of applause for Draeger? I also want to follow up quickly on the Hospira situation. So we talked earlier today about Hospira. They had a medical device, an infusion pump that was, it's like a newfangled IV. It's a computer-controlled system to inject medicine into the patients. Some security researchers found a vulnerability. They reported it quietly in closed dialogue, and then somebody reported it openly. That triggered a couple of things. First of all, a safety notification went out in May, I think it was May 13 of 2015, saying that the PCA3, PCA5 devices had this flaw, and for healthcare organizations to take serious precautions when using them. Later on, just before we came out to DEF CON, as Josh already mentioned, the first essentially safety recall of a medical device without demonstrated proof of harm. No patients had to die. So after this, what went almost unnoticed in the press, after the big splashy stuff, is that Hospira reported themselves that they found new vulnerabilities in their devices. So in January, the ICS CERT released a notification that said, Hospira has identified these things. They are, in some cases, vulnerabilities in existing devices. In some cases, vulnerabilities in devices that they no longer sell. And in these cases, they have patches available. In other cases, here's what to do to avoid the vulnerability. So this is an instance where, on their own, and in a self-reporting format, they took their own initiative to go and do it. Now, that wasn't because they got threatened with a talk at Black Hat. It wasn't because someone was going to go full disclosure on them. It was some of the quiet work that had been done to build trust in that ecosystem and to specifically get them on that pathway of saying, all right, well, we can't avoid the fact that we have vulnerabilities. We now must address that and embrace it and get on this pathway to getting them fixed faster. So I don't know anyone from Hospira. If anybody is here from Hospira, come up and say hello later. But it seems like they might be on a very good path going forward, which is great. Another thing that we talked about last year, we did a very small private event up in one of the suites here on Thursday night last year. We had about 25 or 30 people. It was representatives of the security research community, medical device makers, healthcare organizations, government, many, many others who came in, sat, and talked amongst themselves very quietly, very openly and honestly, not really hiding anything or covering anything up. It was to the point where we had no non-disclosure agreements. We had no agreement to be off the record or Chatham House rule. It was just a bunch of people coming together who saw a common need and a common trajectory and a common desire to do the right thing, collaborating. It's the type of information sharing that's probably intended by information security analysis centers, but that rarely happens in a formalized structure. It's only the type of high trust, high collaboration environment that can engender these types of things. I'd also like to let you know that we're doing it again this year. For better or for worse, looking at the size of the crowd in this room right now, I'm not sure that the space we have can hold everybody, but you're all invited, and if we need to overflow, we'll figure out some way to accommodate it.
Take a straw poll.
Take a straw poll. Yes. What do you mean take a straw poll?
Ask everyone in the room if they're interested in going to this to raise their hand.
Okay. I'm afraid the answer that comes back. So, is anybody interested in going to this? Raise your hands. Okay. Yeah, we're going to need a bigger boat, which is a good thing. It means that this year, more so than last year even, we've got a lot more people come to the table and wanting to engage on these things. So if you're interested, come see me, come see Josh, come see Quadi, who's over here, and we can tell you where that's going to be. What's that? It was magical. It was, yeah, we're going to sit down for like an hour, maybe, and have a bunch of beers. And I think maybe half a dozen beers got drank, and we sat there for 5 hours and just like talked. It was very, very encouraging, which is why we're doing it again this year. So in the last 12 months, a lot of things have happened. First one I want to highlight is December 5th, right after the NHISAC security and privacy meeting up in Boston, we held something called CyberMedRx. And we did this in order to bring a bunch of the stakeholders together who wouldn't normally talk to each other, get them in a room together, cage match, all of them enter, and only one leaves. No. We did it in a very collaborative manner. So it was a really cool layout that we did. We essentially set the tone in the morning and said, we've got some hard problems to solve, but it's a worthwhile cause, so let's get to work. Then over the course of the day, we had lightning talks. And stakeholders from, I think, 18 different groups, we gave them 2 minutes, 5 minutes. Who are you? What's your role in the ecosystem? What are your hopes, dreams, and aspirations, as well as your fears if you get it wrong? And what can you give, and what do you need in return? And we had those people go and essentially identify themselves and say what they do, why they matter. And it was a very powerful message to get out there. So people who had been working on the opposite side of the aisle of some of these folks for years and years and years, but had never really sat down and understood what they did, why they did it, and that they were all pointed in the same direction towards patient safety, finally got the chance to come together and see what that looked like, see what it looked like in practice, and to build some of those connections that otherwise wouldn't have been built. and to empathize a little bit with the position that the other folks were in. So you had medical device makers coming and saying, here's what we do, and God, if it weren't for all these standards and things that we have to follow, of course we could do those things. They would be easy. Then we had people coming up like healthcare delivery organizations saying, well, look, we get these bad medical devices. I think one of the quotes from a different talk was, it's the same crappy software that's in your Windows machine in life and death situations. And then you had people like Marie Moe, who we saw earlier, a photo of her, and I know she's watching the live stream now, say, I'm a patient and I'm a security researcher. I depend on a medical device to live. So I don't care if it's crappy software, it needs to be improved. I don't care what needs to happen. I need this device in order to survive my day-to-day life. With all the flaws it has way more benefits. So we need to consider all of those types of things. And the mass of getting those people together, the gravitational pull that they had, made it a really, really productive event, to the point where somebody who's been in healthcare for like 25 or 30 years, who's crusty by now, who's hardened against any progress, said, wow, that was one of the best events that I've been to. That really opened my eyes. So I think we're seeing a lot of progress by getting people together in the right room. And so we're actually going to repeat this. We got an invitation from the Dutch government to come over and run one of these in The Hague. Tentatively, we've got a date set for October 10th. So anybody who is in Europe around October-ish, let us know. We can see how we can get you to that. Also, we're going to do another one. I think the date is December 7th. I didn't fact check it before I came up here. December 7th? Okay. We got confirmation. There we go. So December 7th, again in Boston. Again, it's going to follow the NHISAC or the HIMSS Privacy and Security Group. So this is going to happen again. Watch this space, cybermedrx.org. Another big thing that happened, we previewed this a little bit earlier on today. In January, just alongside the FDA workshop that happened, we released the Hippocratic Oath for connected medical devices. The idea here is that physicians take a symbolic oath to act in the best interest of their patients. Increasingly, medical devices are the care delivery instrument. They're the ones carrying out the orders of the physician. So they should also have some type of a symbolic ethos, right? This is meant to be it. We also wrote it so that anyone in the care delivery ecosystem can see their own role reflected in this, right? So physicians can read the Hippocratic Oath for connected medical devices and say, oh, I see I do this, 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 and this. I have a role to play. Medical device makers, biomed, healthcare IT, hospital administrators, patients even. They can look at this and feel like it's talking to them. This is modeled loosely on our 5-star cyber safety framework for automobiles. The 5 core ingredients here are safety by design. How do you make a product safely and securely? It is third-party collaboration. How do you take help from people in the ecosystem who find problems and report them to you? How do you have some type of evidence capture? We routinely hear that no one has ever died from a healthcare hack or from a car hack. But the truth is, we don't know. We don't have the evidence to say one way or another. How do you contain and isolate failure? And in the healthcare context, we made it very specific. How do you avoid harm from failure? Things like fail-safes. And in medical devices, this is very common, where you have a physical fail-safe, where even if somebody has the administrator password to the medical device, they can't cause harm. And then finally, how do you update once you know a better way? So it's 5 very simple capabilities here that many people within the ecosystem can have some role in and can have control of that allows us to have safer devices. The FDA post-market guidance for cybersecurity of medical devices was published in January, and there was a workshop following the publication that was really, really good. Suzanne will talk a little bit about that, and I don't want to steal her thunder, but very briefly I want to mention that the post-market guidance essentially has a carrot-shaped stick, or a stick-shaped carrot, if you will, helping to set the incentives for medical device makers, for healthcare delivery organizations, and for others to make a big effort to engage the security research community. So without going into the details of this, essentially one of the requirements in order to reduce costs once you know that there's a flaw is that you have the ability to take a vulnerability report from researchers, that you have some type of a coordinated vulnerability disclosure program in place already, and that you're sharing this type of information, you're actively seeking to get the information to make your products better. Even though this is not a law, even though it's not a regulatory requirement, it's certainly being treated as a regulatory requirement by a lot of the manufacturers. And I was at a medical device conference in Virginia the other day, and every single medical device maker I talked to either has a coordinated vulnerability disclosure program or they are about to release one. So without saying who it was in the room, my informal survey of the 6 to 8 people who were there says that every single one of them is thinking about this. Now, this is the type of change that, as researchers, we would never be able to drive, right? If we're on the outside knocking on the door and saying, hey, let us in, it's not going to happen. But by teaming up with those medical device makers, with healthcare organizations, with the FDA, the ecosystem is able to make those types of sea changes that will make the world safer. I want to talk a little bit about something that you heard a little bit about this morning in Karen's talk. If you haven't seen that, I encourage you to go back and watch the recording of it. She talked a little bit about a software bill of materials. The idea is when you go get a car or when you go get a toy, you know what the materials list is that's in that. So when there's a defective part of that car, somebody can go and recall it very quickly and safely. So in the automotive industry, for instance, every bolt, every rivet can be traced back to every plant, every facility, every week it was manufactured, so that when something happens, they can really quickly trace it and find out what vehicles are affected, right? So while we're doing and seeking these things in some very, very easy to reach places, we're not doing it in software, which is trivially easy to do. You can run a simple software script and figure out what parts of open source software and commercial code exist in your medical device or in your software package. The manufacturers certainly know what code is in their devices, or I would hope that they know. Yet we're not doing it, and we're not publishing it. Well, Philips took the step and said, okay, we'll do that. We can publish a bill of materials of what's in our software. So now, when a hospital is buying a device, they know what vulnerabilities exist in it that are publicly known. So if, for instance, Heartbleed exists in a device that you buy today, you can say, I'm not going to get that device until you fixed Heartbleed. That's a major thing that I need out of my environment. Also, 5 years down the line, when the next Heartbleed comes out, those same hospitals can very quickly, with just a SQL query, rather than an exhaustive port scan of all of their systems, figure out which of their medical devices, which of their systems has a Heartbleed-like vulnerability. If we had this, for instance, in electronic medical record systems, and we knew that half of them have a JBoss vulnerability that is actively being exploited by ransomware and that's shutting down hospitals, instead of having the response be, well, let's see if we get ransomware and then let's try and pay the ransom, it would be, let's eliminate this vulnerability. It's posing a serious threat to patient safety. Today, that capability is hard. It's very, very easy, however, to unlock that. And Philips has taken the first step. They're the first medical device maker that I know of to say we will issue a bill of materials for the products that we make. Is that public? There's one other that's about to. Johnson & Johnson, I think they're the biggest medical device maker in the world. Biggest? Yeah. Biggest medical device maker in the world. They now join the other medical device makers that have a coordinated vulnerability disclosure program. This one follows the ISO framework, by the way. So applause for ISO. Which one is that? 30111, 29147. ISO 29147, vulnerability handling, vulnerability disclosure. Yes, if you want to know anything about ISO, no. Katie Mazuris, who's in the audience, helped develop those standards. She's one of the co-editors, co-authors of the standards. That essentially, it's a rootkit into the established processes of many, many manufacturers who know ISO. And if there's something you can point to in ISO, they'll just go do it, right? I know, it seems crazy, but if you can do that, then now they have a way to engage and to actually build a secure coordinated vulnerability program. Jen talked about this a little bit earlier, but there was a HHS task force established to look at healthcare cybersecurity as a part of a legislative act. Literally, there's an act of Congress that says, get together a bunch of people, 20 different stakeholders representing multiple stakeholder groups, one of those stakeholder groups, by the way, named in this act that passed through Congress is security researchers. So Congress is getting clueful and saying, we need security researchers to be a part of this dialogue if we're going to talk about security research type things. Kind of makes sense, we all know it, but getting that level of awareness into the legislators' minds is a real accomplishment. So 2 of the people out of those 20, one of them is sitting here, Josh Corman, who represents the security research community there. The other, Mike McNeil, works for Philips, who's a very, very clueful individual. He spoke earlier on a panel here. He's the one who's pushed through a coordinated vulnerability disclosure program with Philips, as well as the software bill of materials that they've got. So I've got high hopes for what might come out of that. Expect disruption come March 2017 timeframe. Looking ahead, and I'll speed up because I'm looking ahead to getting some great people come up here. In October 2016, the DMCA will have certain exceptions come into effect. One of those is you will now be able to reverse engineer medical devices. That's a pretty cool thing. So up till now, if you took a medical device and you tried to reverse engineer the protocols it was using or any of the software or firmware in there, it would have been illegal under the Digital Millennium Copyright Act. One of the people who is a signatory to this Harvard publication, a letter campaign, actually, to the Librarian of Congress, is in the back of the room now. He'll be up here later, Jay Radcliffe. Because of his work as well as some of the others, including Jen Ellis, who might have walked out of the room, now we have exemptions for things like medical devices for cars and for voting machines, where we can look at the security of these critical areas to find out what flaws exist before the bad guys do in a legal way. I'll skip this one for now, and we might talk about it tomorrow when we're talking about some very hard problems and very hard approaches. So now I want to call up to the stage, and I'll grab the mic for them. We'll have a handful of people come up and give their perspectives. A US regulator, Suzanne Schwartz of the FDA. Colin Morgan, who is product security coordinator for Johnson & Johnson. Jay Radcliffe works for Rapid7 as a security researcher. And Christian Dameff, who is both a security conscious person who has spoken at DEF CON and a physician. So first, let me introduce Suzanne Schwartz of the FDA to give a bit of her perspective. And you can just advance the slides. Oh, let me get that. There you go.
Can everybody hear me? Yes, 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 yes. So thank you very much. I have to apologize in advance because I'm going to use some notes here. I'm limited in terms of time, and I really felt it was important to get this right. I have a few personal messages to say here, and again, I just wanted to make sure that I was able to convey my sentiments in a concise manner, but in a very meaningful way. So let me just start off by saying that I feel very reflective today and highly appreciative. Last August, I was privileged to participate by phone, by calling into this particular session. And I don't know if you remember, but I stated at that time that I was hopeful to be able to participate in person this coming year. And here I am, because of the outstanding work of Woods, Josh Corman, and the entire Am The Cavalry team, who live by the credo of safer, sooner together. Being here provides for me a study really in contrasts, and I might add really stark contrast from our medical device ecosystem's really state of being. When I compare that to even 3 or more years ago, and to where we are currently. And that's not to say that we should be patting ourselves on the back or lapsing into any sense of complacency. We do have a lot of work ahead of us. This is an arduous journey. But the steps that we've taken over the past few years really give me hope. They give me hope that with persistence, working together, we're going to continue to improve, and there will come that moment when these baby steps will be transformative into greater strides as we move towards what really is a desired state of medical device cybersecurity. So kind of picture this, in 2013, 2014, that really was an inflection point for the agency, for the FDA, as well as, I would say, for the medical device community. Prior to that time, live demos of medical device exploits and dropping O-days on the stage of whether it was Black Hat or DEF CON, it was really rather the norm, and it was very much anticipated by attendees, by the participants. On the other hand, FDA, medical device manufacturers, healthcare delivery organizations, in other words, our ecosystem, the healthcare ecosystem, we were first learning about these vulnerabilities and their potential for exploit at the same time as the public at large. Now, that's not a great trajectory, as you can well imagine, especially when you view that through the lens of patients who rely upon these technologies to better their lives. But this year, by contrast, a number of panels at BSides, Black Hat, and Codenomicon are living proof that when all stakeholders are given the opportunity to have a voice that's heard and that's not ignored, and are given a seat at the table, an equal seat at the table, we can better understand and appreciate each other's perspectives, our motivations, needs, as well as interests, and collectively, we're in a much stronger position to address the tough challenges that plague healthcare security's posture as we continue to evolve, as we are evolving right now. It's worth noting that we don't get to showcase a panel of diverse stakeholders like today conversing on this topic unless there's already been an investment in the hard, foundational work, the dedication, the tenacious commitment to being collaborative and developing that unity of effort. And dare I say, I think we've unglued ourselves from being stuck in that very alluring, admiring the problem phase as a community, and Bo knows what I'm talking about. I'll be very interested in hearing your perspective on that. So how did we get here? The answer I would offer is really through a coalition of the willing. Individuals and organizations who've shown courage by moving out of the comfort zone of their own silos and therefore thereby seeking a common purpose. That being to protect patients against potential harm as patients place their trust and confidence in the very technologies that are supposed to help them. So this past January, here, let's just switch this slide. Okay, yes, okay. As Bo mentioned, this past January, the FDA, together with HHS, with Department of Homeland Security, as well as with the NHISAC, the National Healthcare ISAC, we convened a public workshop, bringing really all the stakeholders together to further expand the depth and the breadth of collaborative efforts in medical device security. This workshop was held on the heels of releasing the draft guidance that Bo referenced on post-market management of medical device cybersecurity. So I've selected a few of the murals that represent the panel sessions to share with you. And as you can see, some of the very important themes that emerge: the need to embody empathy and to identify shared principles, understanding motivations, the importance of building trust relationships as a vehicle for coordinated disclosure, and understanding that progress here will happen incrementally and is contingent upon a change in mindset, change in behavior, and ultimately a change in culture. Now, transparency and communication throughout the total product life cycle is critical. What does security testing of devices look like? What is considered acceptable risk? What forces exist to empower and to better inform the customer before purchasing decisions are made? Again, ultimately, patient safety is centric. And to enhance situational awareness, developing trust circles is what's going to enable actionable information sharing on risks, threats, and cyber practices. But how do we get to establish those trust circles? Well, we have to be able to speak a common language and share an understanding of our respective pain points, what constraints different stakeholders have, what hurdles that they face. So the Cavalry's Hippocratic Oath lays out a blueprint for advancing medical device security, recognizing that, no, this doesn't happen overnight. I mean, to paraphrase Josh Corman, you gotta learn to crawl and then walk before you can run. And with that, I'm going to turn this back to Bo and close by saying that we aspire to be your running partners in this great journey, safer, sooner, and together.
All right, thank you, Suzanne. Next up is going to be Colin Morgan, and I'm going to jump out of the presentation for just a second because he's got an intro video that I think you will want to see. Uh-oh. All right, let's try this. We'll see if the audio comes out.
Well, this is my dad's job, and he's really superhero. That's awesome. That he saves people's lives by making sure no bad guys get into any medicine machines to hurt other people.
All right, so first of all, let's hear it for Irish. And secondly, I'll pass the mic over to Colin to give medical device maker perspective.
Thanks, Bo. First, it's an honor to be here. You know, first time I've spoken at B-Sides. And I mean, how cool is that? What parent doesn't want their kid calling them a superhero? What was the amazing part was I explained to him probably months before that, you know, what I did for work. Because my wife stays home. She has her own consulting businesses. But every day, it's dad's going to work to earn money for the family, and he's working really hard. And I'm a big family guy. So one day, my son asked me, what is it that you do? And I explained to him that I work in cybersecurity, and I've got this new fun role where I get to take what we've learned in IT security and try to bring it to a world that doesn't understand it. He's like, well, what does that actually mean? I'm like, well, you know how people get sick, and sometimes they have to go to the hospital, or sometimes they wear devices that help heal them. He's like, yes, Dad, I get that. Well, I try to make sure that no bad guys get into them and break them and hurt them. And his first response was, why are they able to do that? And then it was, why would somebody want to do that? And I've really thought about that messaging a lot over the past few years. And there's a couple points that I want to touch on in this brief 5 minutes that I have here, and I'm open to any questions afterwards as well. I'm as much of an open book as I can be. But I will preface with the obligatory, these are my opinions and not those of Johnson & Johnson. My attorneys make me say things like that. But Johnson & Johnson, that's where I work. And for those who don't know Johnson & Johnson, and when you hear about it, you think of babies. You think of Johnson's baby. You think of cute, cuddly faces. But what a lot of people don't know is that Johnson & Johnson is made up of over 250 companies across 60 countries across the world, about 130,000 employees, and we touch 1 billion patients a day. 1 billion. We have products that range from over-the-shelf things like Tylenol and Listerine to pharmaceutical products for rheumatoid arthritis or cancer, and medical devices such as sterilization systems, insulin pumps, and many future ones that are going to be coming. So we are a very diverse healthcare organization that touches 1 billion patients per day. So here I am joining J&J 5 years ago and coming to a realization of what the security world looks like in healthcare. Mostly my background was in the federal government, which is a whole different umbrella, which Suzanne touched on some of that. And after a few years in the organization, really understanding the breadth of the company, I had my aha moment around this space. And it was when I first met Josh at AppSec New York City a few years back, where he talked about Am The Cavalry. And I went up to him afterwards and was like, hey, I work at J&J, and apparently we're the largest medical device company in the world, and I'd like to learn more about what you're talking about. So fast forward a few years, fast forward through a lengthy investigation into our organization of understanding what we have in our inventory today, what our future pipeline is going to be, having all of those tough conversations, the political battles, and the challenges that we faced. We now have a dedicated program focused on this. We went from a simple idea, from a conversation with Am The Cavalry, to a full-fledged program dedicated to securing our products. Engineers that sit on the product development teams building security in. Things that all of us think, this just makes sense. I'm a security person. We should be doing this. The world is different, and Suzanne hit on a key word that has really been one that's been resonating with me lately, and that's culture. 2 years ago at the FDA Public Workshop in 2014, there was a cultural issue within the security community and the healthcare community around is this really an issue? We've zoomed past that in the past 2 years, where the Public Workshop this year, everybody understood the issues. And the questions were more around how do we solve them? So the cultural issue is not in InfoSec. The cultural issue is outside of InfoSec. The cultural issue is with the R&D organizations, the quality organizations, the teams that develop these amazing life-saving products, but now slap on some type of Bluetooth or RF or network stack, and now all of a sudden they have to become a InfoSec or IT expert, and that's not what they are. And they operate in a realm where security has never historically been part of, where quality sits within a quality process, and they have to follow the process. But when you look inside the process, security is not mentioned once. And so you have to go through that effort to change that process. And that's a really big cultural battle and challenge that every medical device company, every hospital has to battle through. And we're fighting through those challenges. And we've had a number of wins and a number of successes that we're very proud of. We've heard about one today as our vulnerability disclosure one, productsecurity.jnj.com, which was a significant accomplishment for us. It took many months of effort getting the right support and buy-in from everybody who it impacted. I mentioned we have 265 operating companies. All of our franchises are independent of one another. They don't talk to each other. We're a security team that spans all of them and have to go have the same conversation with every single team at different times. And it's just the nature of our business, and we've had to really adapt and create flexible models. Number two is the crowdsourcing piece. We have crowdsourced the crap out of our framework. We didn't go into a bubble and say, this is how we're going to build devices securely. We went outside. We talked to Am The Cavalry. We talked to our competition because, the medical device companies, we don't compete on security. We talked to the government. We talked to researchers. We really tried to understand the approaches people have taken to build a solid program, or what we think is solid. We focus on the NIST cybersecurity framework. We focus on the ISO standards that Katie authored over here for our vulnerability disclosure. We looked at TIR 57, which recently came out around risk management from a cybersecurity perspective. And we've really tried to figure out how we take a lot of these, build it into a program that fits into a quality process that doesn't understand security. Because if we go into that process with something brand new, it's going to be hard for them to understand it. So we have to do a lot of language translation, which Josh talked about this morning. Really take what we talk about in security and put it into their language and their speak. So when we talk about threats, to them that's a hazard, and we need to talk about it that way. And we've really tried to adopt that internally to help buy that support. The fourth one is community. We're working on some community projects, or what we call them. One, we talked about it a bit at the NHISAC event and have really started some movement on it, and that's trying to open source within the healthcare community our framework. So what we're doing for threat modeling, what we're doing for security requirements, how we're building out our assessment questionnaires, and sharing that with the greater good of the healthcare world. So using the NHISAC as a forum to pass that through to the other organizations. You know, for most that don't know, 80% of the medical device companies that are out there have 50 or fewer employees. 50 or fewer. Now, how many of them do you think are dedicated or understand security? They're the ones that need help, and if we can help them, we're going to do the best that we can. So finally, and I try not to run too long here, is you know, back to my son's video there. He talks about, he called me a superhero. I'm not a superhero. I'm just a guy in a company trying to do the right thing, trying to make our devices safer and secure. I mean, if I want to throw a term around, I'll steal one of Josh's and maybe call myself and my team super change agents, because that's ultimately what we are. We're security guys. I'm a tech guy by trade. I used to love breaking network equipment. And now I get to try to change and work to change culture in the largest medical device company in the world that touches 1 billion patients per day. And to me, that's exciting and empowering because I feel like every day I'm making a difference. So thank you for the opportunity, and I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Colin. So next up, we'll go to Jay Radcliffe, who will make the long walk from the back of the room where all the cool kids sit up to the very front.
I don't think anybody's shocked that I would be in the back of the room, right? So it's been a really interesting kind of journey in looking at the research that I've done and what it kind of means to me. As a security researcher and as an IT professional, I started out this just by playing around with something, playing around with my medical device to see what happened and to see what it would do. And at the time that I did that, I didn't really think anything of it. And it turns out that it's become a very large issue, and it's a very important issue. And watching the last hour here and seeing all the progress that this group has made, and seeing all the progress that we have made collectively as a community by building something where manufacturers have a stake and they're saying, yes, we want to do this. Individuals are pushing up from the bottoms of their companies saying, this is something that's really important. This is something that I really believe in that we need to do. Pushing on the media areas so that way executives get the idea of, yes, this is something that's important. It's not something that we can hide from. It is something that we can do something about. 5 years ago, when I kickstarted this, there was a lot of hiding. Nobody had a plan. Nobody knew what to do. And as a consultant, I have this great insight because people call our company up and they have us help them out in this. And they ask us, all right, we've got executive approval. We have a huge hospital, and we hired one person, and we gave them $5,000, and we want them to secure everything. Can you please help us do that? And that's really where we're kind of at right now. We have an excited top end of the branch that can give us limited resources that want something done. And we have people at the bottom that want something done and don't have the resources to do it. So we're in this execution stage. And I look at some of the slides that Suzanne presented about the life cycle and the communication and things about that. And that's great. And I love that we have a plan to do that. And every time I think about a plan, and if that plan worked great, we wouldn't have any problems, I think about a quote from Mike Tyson. And Mike Tyson says, everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the face. And a lot of times, that's where I feel that I'm at, and I know that other people in my industry are at. We've got a great plan. We go into an organization. They want help. They're very cooperative. They want to do it. We start the plan, and something goes wrong. Somebody disagrees. Somebody doesn't want to cooperate. And what's really important right now is for us to stay engaged in that process. We can't get frustrated and we can't quit at that point in time. We have to stay engaged in the process and continue to move forward. Sometimes when I present research to a company, it doesn't go real well. They don't like it. But you know what? I smile and I say, hey, let's try and work through this. How can I help do this better? How can I help you understand? Do I have to do it in a different way? Do I need to talk to different people? I try and stay engaged, not to get a sour taste in my mouth and say, you know what? Screw it. It's not worth it. This can't be fixed, which we tend to do in InfoSec, right? We're frustrated because we want change now. But we have to stay engaged because we're talking about something that doesn't move fast. We can't get funding the way we want to get funding. So everybody from the top to the bottom needs to stay engaged so we continue to execute on these things and make that continuous progress, because it's amazing the amount that we've already got done, but we really aren't done yet. And as a patient, as a practitioner, as somebody that, often watches, I want to see that succeed. I want to see it get better. So I think that that's kind of where I've seen things go, and that's where I see a lot of places at. Everybody wants patients to be safer. Everybody wants medical devices to be safe. There isn't a medical device company or healthcare provider that I've ever been with that was like, you know what, screw the patients. Live, die, whatever, we're here for a profit. None of them say that. Number one priority for every one of these companies is taking care of people. How do we just do that effectively, and how do we integrate that into the information and technology ecosphere is what's important. And the people in this room, the people at these conferences, are the ones that know how to do that the best. And we have to interact with them, and we have to continue to do that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Jay. So we often say that security is a relay race sometimes, and you're always passing the torch on to the next guy. Well, running anchor leg of our relay race is Christian Damath, who, as I mentioned, is both a physician and a DEF CON speaker. So over to you.
Thank you so much. Hey, everyone, can we just get it lively in here a little bit? Can we give it up for Am The Cavalry, for everyone that's spoken here, all the governmental organizations, all of you guys that are here learning or contributing or going to, just give it up to them. Come on, everybody, give it up. All right, so my job here is in about 4 to 5 minutes is to teach you 2 things about doctors and remind you about something very, very important. The first thing I'm going to teach you about doctors is that 99.999% of them know nothing about what you know, okay? And it's not because they don't care. It's not because they haven't heard about it on the news. It's because, for the most part, they're very, very busy. Furthermore, it's just not in their purview. Something that was very impactful to me last time we had our meeting, and I hope all of you come on Thursday, was that someone asked me, you're telling me that when you go and order a drug, and that drug is being delivered to that patient, and it's a life-saving drug, that you don't even look at that machine? You don't look at the stickers that are on it. You don't know how it works. You don't know what its name is. You don't know if it has a horrible track record. You don't know if it doesn't work. I said, absolutely, I have no idea. I put that order in a computer. It goes to a nurse that's in a room 200 feet from me. That medicine gets pulled out of the pharmacy and gets infused in that patient, and I know nothing else about it. Frankly, for the most part, if I'm not running around the emergency department with my hair on fire, I don't know if that drug's even been given. Now, that's very different probably from your day-to-day, which is you're familiar with the technical tools that you use. They're like your third arm. Everyone in here has so many different devices on them that are part of their everyday life. That is not what happens in medicine. Okay? So the first thing to teach you is that doctors, for the most part, know nothing about what you know. Now, if you have been paying attention today, you know that is not where we should be. Okay? One of the stakeholders that needs to be part of this conversation are healthcare providers, nurses, physicians, doctors, nurse practitioners, physician assistants, everyone in the care delivery, from the janitors all the way to the patient, to the doctors that are doing life-saving surgery. Okay? They need to be part of it. Not all of them. We don't need to have courses in medical school about cybersecurity. Excuse the cyber. And you can throw something at me if you want, but we have to use it, I guess. It's not going to happen, and it doesn't have to happen. But we need to engage some of them, because what they offer is a very valuable part of the conversation. Okay? The second thing I'm going to teach you about doctors is that they're hackers too, they just don't know it. They just don't know it. Let's talk about this. What do? They look at a system, the human body, and they recognize where it breaks. They recognize when it breaks down and it causes cancer, it causes infectious disease, the trauma associated with a high-impact motor vehicle collision. They recognize that your spleen's not working because you're bleeding to death. It's been fractured in half. That system that is supposed to work is not going to work, and this is where it's failing. This is what I'm going to do to intervene it. This is what I'm going to patch. Okay? But that's kind of more, well, everyone just patches. How's that really the hacker ethos? Well, physicians implement treatments to circumvent disease. That's exactly what we do every day. We recognize that there are ways around problems, and we think innovatively. We see where these vulnerabilities are, and we attack them, we fix them, etc. Doctors do the same thing with their treatments. They recognize that cancer, some cancers work a certain way, they involve certain genes. They recognize that chemotherapy will work for some of them, radiation will work for some of them, a combination of it. They figure out the problem, and they fix it, okay? They recognize what's broken, just like you guys out there. So take that understanding when you try to engage them. Say, unlock that hacker within that healthcare provider. Talk to them about this system of care and say, put it in their purview. Say, what would happen if that machine broke over there? That machine that's delivering a very potent medication that's keeping that very sick patient alive. What would happen if it broke? Well, the patient would die. Do you care about that? Of course. Doctors care about that. Everyone cares about that. Well, that device that we're talking about is incredibly vulnerable to attack. Let me show you how. And let me show you, with just a little bit of work, a little bit of effort, how someone with a very, very bad spirit, soul, I'm not a very religious person myself, but that person can screw that up, can hurt your patient. And all of a sudden, they're going to care about it. Okay? And they might not care about it to say, I'm going to go and take some coursework on cybersecurity. I'm going to learn about this to be able to contribute meaningful to the technical conversation. But what they will be are advocates for you in the conversation with the people who can change this. And for the reason of the last thing, I'm going to remind you that this is why. I'm thankful for the opportunity to speak here with you, but I want to make sure that all of this conference, all of this talk, all these tracks we talk about, all these awesome things that are happening, we cannot forget why. Why there are so many people in this room that care. All right? It's because of that tiny little infant that's 7 days old that's surrounded by insurmountable odds. If you can look around that, look at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 infusion pumps, all of which have drug libraries that are reminiscent of the Hospira hack. Telemetry units, drug delivery systems, ventilators that breathe for this tiny little infant. Okay? They already have the disease, the breakdown in their physiological processes that they're fighting against. The last thing they need is for one of these systems to fail because it's running Windows NT. And no one's looked at it for 10 years. And the vendors have forgotten about it. And the biomed people say it works and it's too expensive to fix it and we haven't gotten money to do it. We don't have another bolus of money until the next cycle. We're already striving, we're already struggling to take care of the patients we have right now with the medications they need. This is a hard problem, okay? But this is why you're here, hopefully. This is why you're paying attention. It's because you recognize that this is what matters. And let's strip away for a minute the term the patient. That's what I say. I see lots of patients every day. I saw patients last night until 2 a.m. And that helps me cope with the fact that sometimes it's hard to think about them as people just because a lot of bad stuff happens to them. okay? They are people. They are your daughters, your sons, your mothers, your grandparents. They're you. And we all know more than anyone else on this planet, this problem is going to get worse. The next generation of doctors grew up with smartphones glued to their hands, and they see the solution to every single problem out there as an app or another medical device. The next generations of doctors and entrepreneurs in the medical sphere are going to push for this even harder. It's going to explode. We recognize that we are not going to be able to fix this problem unless we start doing something now. And it's just the right thing to do. Okay? I really appreciate this time, this opportunity. Again, give it up for the Cavalry.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Christian, and to all the speakers, to Suzanne, to Colin, to Jay. I think it's been a really, really good dialogue. I actually can't wait to go home and see the recording and go through and just like make notes of all these great things that people said. So I would like to thank you all for coming too. And as we do the changeover to the next presentation, we'll take a couple of questions until Josh is ready. Yes.
Is when they were trying to go to electronic health records from paper records, they attached reimbursement to this clause called meaningful use. And if you're in the industry, you know, you just got a pang of pain in your body when I said that. But from a security perspective, I basically said, guys, maybe meaningful use was our original sin. Maybe this is why we're so hackable. And essentially what you did is you took devices that were never designed, engineered, threat modeled to ever be connected to anything, and you forced them to connect to everything. And you couldn't just go back to the drawing board. So we're going to pay down that technical debt and security debt for a very long time. And that's why we're going to have some very uncomfortable brainstorming tomorrow. Can I tie it off for now? Okay. All right, so for the camera and the streaming, I'm going to do the auto talk a little differently than we had intended. I had a few automakers that we were going to try to pull up on stage, much like Bo did. Given a few things that are happening, some of them aren't allowed to speak in public yet. But if you're willing to reveal yourself, and I won't put you on the camera or anything, but who from here works in or with the automotive industry? Okay. Good, good, good. So last year we had the privilege of having, I think it was 11 people from Tesla that self-identified in the room. We had several people from GM, from Ford, from Honda, and we're starting to cross our tribes in a very positive way. So I'm going to change a little bit in part because I want to leave some room for more discussion. But I'm going to show you a talk I give them. So this is not going to give you O-Day. You're not going to get new mind-blowing stuff, but this is going to be the level. This is a good indicator of the level of dialogue we have. And one of the reasons I changed my mind is Mary Barra, the CEO and chairman of GM. 10 days ago in Detroit, she gave a keynote at a cybersecurity conference, and she is essentially channeling most of these talking points. And I was very pleased to see that, because that shows how well we've infected that industry that usually was afraid of us, to start to realize how vital a team, how vital a resource we are if we properly team together. So I'm just going to show you a very brief version of what we kind of acclimate them to. And I'm going to leave a little bit of room for some of the things that are happening. If I see Frank as well, we also had Frank from NHTSA, National Highway Transportation Safety Administration, so the regulator in this space, spoke earlier today. And if you missed that, just catch the video. I'm sad to say that they were about to release their guidance on connected vehicle safety. And it's all done, but they have to wait a few more weeks for government approval, because governments move slow, as he reminded us this morning. So again, I'm Josh Corman. I'm one of the founders of Am The Cavalry. And if you weren't here for this morning session, we turned 3 years old yesterday. So if you've been helping, give yourself a round of applause. Anybody? Come on. No? Nobody's been helping? Okay. All right. All right. So there's plenty of work to do, and there's plenty of room to help. And I'm just going to show a little bit of that right now. Motivations have turned out, and I actually had a much more detailed version of this morning, but motivations have turned out to be the biggest obstacle for us working together. They don't understand why anybody would ever hack their vehicles. Why would you do that? And I'm not making fun of them, but they have had some bad experiences. It's more of an urban legend that white hats go to companies, they say we found a bug, and they extort them, right? I've been working, I don't know if you saw Leonard Bailey from the Department of Justice. He was on a panel earlier today with Jen Ellis. They have had almost no extortion cases, almost none. The ones they have had have mostly been misunderstandings. Like someone said, hey, I found a bug for you, and before they took a pause and a breath, they said, and if you pay me, I will gladly fix it for you. It wasn't really extortion, it was just really terrible communication skills. But I often have to speak to motivations, and this is where I basically point out that, just like every car company is not the same, and not everyone who works at your car company is the same, white hats have very different motivations as well. So I have a table that I showed this morning. They're all P's, and this is a gross oversimplification. But white hats, or the people who find bugs that aren't criminals, they do it for one or more of the following 5 reasons. They're protectors that want to make the world a safer place. They're puzzlers who do it for challenge, for curiosity, for the, they like to solve hard things, take it apart and put it back together. They do it for prestige because they want to win the white jacket, or they want to be on CNN or in Wired magazine. They do it for profit because this is a way to make a living. Or they do it for protest. They're for or against something. And when we kind of explain that, hacking is magic and there's bad wizards and there's good wizards like Gandalf, thank goodness we had Gandalf, they demystifies it a little bit for them. And when they understand that they're not all out to drop O-Day on stage at DEF CON, or they're not all out to make money, and that some of these folks, especially these folks, are here because they want to make the world a safer place, it helps them better understand and better structure their coordinated vulnerability disclosure program. So one of the things I want to leave a little bit of time for is have a really honest discussion about where the safety critical industries are at on their coordinated disclosure programs, and some of the guidance we've been giving them that you might not agree with at face value, but there's really good reasons we're giving them that guidance. But the point here is that everybody's motivated differently, and for me, I just want to make the world a safer place. But when you know how they're motivated, you know what they're trying to accomplish, it's also a good hacking trick, because the people you're going to speak with at these various companies, if it's the general counsel of a car company versus the security team at a car company versus the third-party supply chain part of a security car company, they have different wants, needs, and fears, and instead of doing the same thing over and over and over and pointing a finger at something they did wrong, I'm not excusing them, but I know I try to start with what motivates them and then tailor the message to that person. So one of the warm-ups I do is, a lot of the people have heard this Mark Andreessen quote that software is eating the world. And what he means is that every company, regardless of what you do, is now becoming a software company. John Deere does not call themselves a tractor company. They call themselves a software delivery platform. Like, that's how they self-identify. GE is reconstructing its entire company to be the industrial internet. Cisco is talking about the Internet of Everything. Now, what they mean is this is a business opportunity, and if you aren't good at software, you better get good at software, because if you want to please your shareholders, software is the last mile of differentiation. When I hear it, I hear something different. I hear software is infecting the world, right? We're putting software and weakness and Bluetooth and internet connectivity into every single aspect of our lives. And the number of devices in your home that weren't hackable before that are now hackable is growing, right? It's like a plague. But none of us look at it that way. We kind of think the Internet of Everything's awesome. But we're not going to feel that way forever. And at some point, we'll come to like a happy middle ground, and we'll realize, okay, sometimes it makes sense to put software and connectivity onto something. And in some use cases, it's wildly inappropriate to put Bluetooth. Why do you need Bluetooth on your insulin pump that can kill you? I mean, Jay Radcliffe just talked. That's how he kind of got into this area, is he could do unauthenticated communication with his insulin pump and give himself a lethal dose. I mean, that's kind of what Barnaby Jack was doing when he did his famous hacks on stage, right? Why would you do that? And if you're going to do it, you better be willing to do it in a safe and secure way. You really got to do the threat modeling. You really have to be held to a higher standard. So I couldn't come up with a good metaphor, and I would still prefer a better one from somebody here, because you guys are all smart. But I was fixing my deck, my patio, right? I got my gas grill out there, and I had to buy new nails. And I bought galvanized nails. Do you know why we buy galvanized nails? Anybody? Rust. They don't rust. Do you know what the problem is with galvanizing metal? Anybody? It makes them brittle. So I bought 10 nails because I needed 10, and I had to go back and buy more because I bent half of them, right? So I'd rather we look at software and connectivity like that when the use case is appropriate, when we need the rust proofing, we make that choice. And when we can't afford the brittleness, we make a different choice. But we're not there yet. And I've often called this, I know you guys hate the word cyber, but guess what? When you talk to the outside world, you better get used to it. So I call it cyber asbestos, because we used asbestos everywhere. It was lightweight, it was fire retardant, it was such a miracle material for builders. We put it in schools and hospitals and manufacturing facilities. We put that stuff everywhere for years. And then we found out it gave you cancer, and we had to condemn some of those buildings. And there's billions of dollars of class action lawsuits over that thing. Now, people still use asbestos, but they use it in less prominent, they don't use it everywhere. They use it where it makes sense and where it's safe to use. So I want to find that happy ground, right? Now, we all groan about things like Heartbleed because it affected most people. I mean, it had a logo. It had a pretty marketing campaign. But one of the things that, when you're done your groaning is that OpenSSL is pretty much everywhere. There are certain open source libraries that make its way into lots and lots and lots of embedded systems. And the stories to me weren't so much, that there was a bug in open source, and it wasn't so much that there was, how long it had been there. It's more stories like when Rob Graham looked at the internet on day one, he found 600,000 systems nakedly exposed, affected by Heartbleed. And he would do a monthly scan with MassScan, and 6 months later, it was about half of actually the first 3 weeks, I think it was, half of them got patched. But he kept scanning month after month after month, and the last half never got patched. And when people looked into why aren't these things getting patched, they were in industrial control systems. They were in embedded systems. They were in places that needed the software but couldn't be updated. They were essentially for everyday bugs. And some of these places they landed are mission critical, life critical, safety critical systems. So when you're going to depend on things like open source, which everything does, whether it's bash bug or whether it's OpenSSL or whether it's the one that's hitting hospitals right now, which is a flaw in, it's basically the foxgloves flaw, but it's a serializer deserializer problem that was in JBoss, used by tons and tons and tons of people. In this particular case, it was a McKesson device. So when we depend upon these things everywhere, we've now invited weakness in a way that, yeah, we get the benefits of this stuff, but if we can't also patch it, we're in big, big trouble. And that's exactly what's been happening, right? We're finding OpenSSL and HTTP client and bash in medical devices, in our homes, in industrial control systems. In fact, one of the more responsive vendors on OpenSSL was Siemens Industrial Controllers. Siemens as in the one that got hit by Stuxnet. So to their credit, they admitted how many of their very, very expensive industrial control systems were affected, and they could patch themselves. Many of their direct competitors were also affected and could not patch themselves. So I still had arguments with car companies early on as to, yeah, we use all that software, but we don't have to be patchable. Patchable adds an attack surface, right? And then there's shell shock, et cetera. So when I try to bring this home, I showed this morning, but it bears repeating. We know we're going to get hacked. We know that cars are going to get hacked often. The question is, how much damage does it do? And everybody knows about the Haitian earthquake because it was on the news every single day, and Bono was asking for money, and the American Red Cross was asking for money, and all the living presidents were asking for money. And it was a terrible, terrible, terrible tragedy. 235,000 people, I think it was. 230,000 deaths. It was a 7.0 Richter scale, flattened many of the buildings. They crushed everybody inside. Now, nobody heard of, very few people heard of, a much, much stronger earthquake in Chile 6 weeks later. It was 8.8 Richter scale, and if you know math, it's logarithmic. It's a lot worse. 7.0, 8.8. It only killed 279 people. That's why we didn't hear about it. It was nowhere near as attention-grabbing. And when all the scientists looked at all the different factors like population density and proximity to the epicenter and all these other things, why did an 8.8 only kill 279 people and a 7.0 killed 230,000 people? And it was building codes. That was the #1 contributor. Chile had building codes. Haiti did not. What shook buildings in Chile flattened buildings in Haiti. So it wasn't the presence of earthquakes, and it wasn't the magnitude of earthquakes. It was, do you have building codes? And we really don't have building codes for building software code. We don't. And honestly, we probably threw up a little bit in our mouth when I said that, right? But the thing is, we're taking this software that we can't defend anything. If you really challenge yourself, 100 of the Fortune 100 companies have had a loss of intellectual property. Every single PCI compliant merchant has lost credit cards. Our failure rate is about 100%. So everything we do on a long enough timeline fails us, right? We've given up entirely on prevention, right? Now, it's all now detect and respond. How quickly can we detect and respond? But what's the response after somebody's been killed? You can't unkill them. You can reissue a credit card. You can do credit monitoring. You can't unkill somebody. And the reason it's been acceptable is those failures were not consequential failures, right? Nothing has really triggered the motivation to start to look at a need for a higher level of assurance of safety critical IT. And what's worse, though, is when we have our high consequence failure, it's going to look a lot like this. And if you remember, the whole auto industry knows that somebody's going to have the first car fatality. Everybody knows. And they've also, to their credit, they know that it doesn't matter which one gets hit first. It's going to hurt all of them. Because when there's a crisis of confidence, and that's the key phrase, when there's a crisis of confidence in the public to trust connected vehicles, my mother-in-law will be terrified, right? So when she saw the Jeep hack last summer, she stopped buying Jeeps. I'm not kidding. From the day I started dating my wife till now, they've been a Jeep family. But after last summer, they had to get a new car. They didn't get a Jeep anymore. And it's not that Jeep isn't able to secure themselves. It's that the confidence was shattered. Someone doesn't want a car that might do something unexpected. In fact, I see one of the guys from NHTSA, one of the quotes that, this is a little off script here, one of the quotes that really sunk in for me is the cavalry was so focused on getting them to have a culture change and a recognition of the existence of talented and persistent adversaries, the actual threat models, that we tried to do it in a non-sensational way because we didn't want to scare my mother-in-law. Not theoretically my mother-in-law, actually my mother-in-law. We didn't want to scare her. Because the truth is, whenever you talk about car hacking, somebody in the crowd says, oh, that's why I'm keeping my 1997 Civic. And that bothers me for two reasons. One is, you know, a newer car is so much safer than a 1997 chassis. I mean, so much safer. There's so many safety and crash survival ratings improvements that have happened. I don't want people to be afraid of new cars. I want them on new cars, right? And the second thing is, and this is why I need to do the quote from the administrator from NHTSA. NHTSA is the National Highway Transportation Safety Administration. Basically, the last year we have stats for was 2014, and it was 32,675 deaths in the US due to car accidents. And 94% of those were human error. We know the year over year went up about 8%, so if you do a little quick math, I'll do it for you. About 100 people every day die in a car. About 100 people, and 94% of them are human error. So therefore, if we can get to autonomous or semi-autonomous vehicles, we're gonna save a lot of lives. While we've been here today, we've lost 50, 60, 70 people to avoidable vehicular accidents. So we're not Luddites saying we shouldn't have modern connected cars. The challenge, and this is very nuanced, is we need to compel the right motivation and corrective action on the part of the automakers so that we can make our cars safer to preserve the trust that hasn't been shattered yet. Because the moment we shatter that trust, the moment people are afraid to trust these semi-autonomous vehicles or these connected vehicles, we're just postponing the life-saving advances that we could have. And I know that seems a little unintuitive, right? And I'm not going to say I trust all technology, but the truth is my peripheral vision is only this good. But a car can see 365. I can be distracted or angry or tired, but the software won't be. So we're never going to take the human out of the loop entirely, but we have to help preserve that trust. So the issue is not so much, and this is really what got through to them, it's not so much that they're going to have a failure. They know they're going to have a failure. The issue is the response time at the moment for the current fleet of vehicles is so poor that it's going to look more like this. They won't, if you can't patch your vehicles, or if the patch is really manual and error prone, that's what's going to shatter the confidence of the public. So I've started shifting them less away from can a car be hacked to are we ready for failure? Now, one way we did that is on our first birthday 2 years ago at DEF CON, we issued a 5-star automotive cyber safety framework. We released it through Reuters. We did an open letter to all the car CEOs. And we essentially said, paraphrasing, look, you guys are masters of your domain. You've been making cars safer and safer year over year for the last 100 years. We're masters of our domain in cybersecurity, and now that cars are computers on wheels, our domains have collided, and we will be safer sooner if we work together. Here's a framework to work together. And the basic idea was, since all systems fail, you need to be prepared for failure. And I'm going to walk you through some of that in a bit. But basic principles like safety by design, third-party collaboration, evidence capture, security updates, segmentation, isolation. This was not meant to be a PCI checklist. This is not meant to be prescriptive controls. It was not meant to be the finish line. It was meant to be the starting line. So you must be this tall to ride the Internet of Cars, that basic idea. And sadly, 2 years later, we're still many, many years from satisfying all these. And one of the really tough emerging issues that I've been talking to NHTSA and the Auto ISAC and Congress about is number 3 is going to be a doozy. The evidence capture thing, nobody wants to touch it, which we're going to talk about a little bit tomorrow, maybe a little bit today. But let me just show you the basic engineering principles I shared with them. So all systems fail. Yes, all of them. There are no exceptions, and physical engineers know this. So back to speaking their language, this is an electrical and physical engineering discipline. So when you know all systems fail, we know cars crash. That's why we put so many crash survival features into them. So it's about can you fail in a predictable and graceful way. So what do we know about computer science? Very, very little. But we know that the more code you have, the more problems you have. I made a Biggie Smalls graphic. I wish I had thought to put it in here. But there's a certain unavoidable defect rate per 1,000 lines of code. We don't measure it per million lines of code. We measure it per 1,000 lines of code because there's defects in every single 1,000 lines of code. Now, really mature programs, they'll measure it by 10,000 lines of code. But there's a flaw rate per 10,000 lines. Now, Windows XP or Windows 7 had about 10 million lines of code in it. So think of all the problems you've personally experienced and the patch frequency and cadence for your Windows system, about 10 million. But a car has over 100 million. So they should be patching 10 times more frequently. When was the last time your car got patched for a security issue? Anybody? About a year ago for your Chrysler, right? Was it a seamless patch like Windows Update? Yeah. I know. Right. And you know what? To their credit, they updated it. Some of the ones we've told cars about, they cannot be fixed. And I'm not beating on GM. GM's doing a fantastic job on a number of fronts, but what no one saw after all the discussion over the patch you had to go through is GM also patched a bug about a month later, and it took 5 years to fix. They did it, and it was over the air, but it took 5 years to do because it was a really hard problem to fix on really old legacy technology. So, all right, I don't want to lose the rhythm. Okay, so 10 times the lines of code means 10 times the number of security flaws. It's just a fact, right? Software isn't the problem, right? Software's been in cars a very long time. The problem is that we've been giving remote access of varying lengths and ranges over more and more and more over time. So the original sin, if the original sin in healthcare was meaningful use, the original sin, this room will actually get my joke. The original sin in cars was the government mandatory backdoor known as OBD2. So for emissions testing, we had to add a direct port onto the CAN bus to allow for diagnostics and emissions testing, et cetera, from the state of California. So that was one of the early ones. The second one also came from California. It was without requiring physical access to the car. It was the tire pressure monitors. The tire pressure sensors were there to, very, very short range, but they were there to make sure we had high fuel economy to cut down environmental impact. Because tires that are running a little low have poorer gas mileage. But think about all the things you've added. You have Bluetooth so your smartphone can connect. And you have near-field communications. And you have 4G LTE Wi-Fi standard in all GM vehicles. 4G LTE Wi-Fi hotspots standard. Whether you want it or not, you get one. And I flipped out when I first did it. And before I was even friendly with Jeff Massimilla at GM, I said, I have a 4G LTE Wi-Fi hotspot in my car right now. My kids can use this to play on their iPads. But this one can't kill the brakes, and yours can. So, you know, it's the level of remote activity. And for those of you who don't yet know how to manipulate CAN bus and haven't gone to the car hacking village, which is awesome, by the way, don't worry, you do know web browsers, and we've added third-party app stores to a lot of these things, and a lot of them are running on really, really familiar and really, really vulnerable web browsers. So the stack is becoming more familiar to us, which means it's becoming more familiar to adversaries. So it's not the presence of software per se, it's the number and variety of remote attack surfaces. And that's why Chris and Charlie were able to do this over the Sprint network, because you know, Dan Gear has this line, well, I'll get to that in a second. So it's the number and variety of remote attack surfaces that are changing. And as you guys know, Bluetooth isn't very large range, but you can amplify that significantly with a scope and whatnot. So then usually we get to the part where someone says, well, yeah, of course they could kill you, but there's no money in it, right? And I've even heard Chris and Charlie say there's no money in it. First of all, that's wildly uncreative. I can think of lots of ways to monetize car hacking. Bitcoins to start your car, just a couple, right? So when they say that no one would hurt you, we're not thinking, and we're conditioned in most of our careers, if you've been in corporate security or pen testing or a payment card industry, most of what we've done are best practices, which suck, by the way. When was the last time you did a pen test and didn't get in? Anybody? Okay. So most of it's focused on the confidentiality aspect of the CIA Trinity and of regulated data, replaceable regulated data. We're not really well suited for people that want to do physical harm or that want to hurt the availability of mission critical systems. Most of our advice is still about confidentiality and breaches. So Bo likes to remind me that it's not just adversaries, it's accidents and adversaries. And if you've ever done a threat modeling exercise, even if you think you have no natural predators, you still have one threat actor, Murphy's Law, right? So also malicious intent is not a prerequisite to harm. Software have glitches, and no matter how much testing you do, there was this long protracted set of court cases over the unintended acceleration case where they brought in NASA scientists to look at the software complexity of the Toyota Lexus braking system to see, did a glitch lead to unintended harm? And without even trying to relitigate that here, we don't have to have the boogeyman to have concerns over cyber safety in vehicles. It's the software and the remote connectivity of that that's a big issue. In fact, the hospital in Hollywood Presbyterian Hospital in Southern California got hit by the SamSam ransomware, which took advantage of that JBoss flaw in that McKesson device that could have been patched. And it locked up systems so badly they had to divert patients to other hospitals. So that piece of ransomware wasn't targeting Hollywood Presbyterian. It had no intention of hitting a hospital. It just happened to accidentally cause harm. And the same can be true in our automobiles. But you have to think a little more creatively, not to script kiddies or not to nation states who are equally as vulnerable to this, although they could do assassinations. But think about other adversaries like an ISIS or an ISIL. It's not that hard, and as we make these things more, as we lower the barrier to entry for these, and as we make them more connected, this is yet another way to scare people or to hurt people. You know, we wrote a piece for a government agency on an attack scenario for New York City. Kill all the Lincolns in the Lincoln Tunnel was the opening sentence. So if you do a kill bit on the wildly vulnerable, unpatchable thing in a lot of these different makes and models of vehicles, you could disable any ingress or egress out of Manhattan by hitting a few bridges and a few tunnels. You don't have to hit every car. You just got to hit a sufficiently representative number of them so it would take days to tow them out. So how'd you like to cut off food and water and throw up some sort of attack credit for that? How'd you like to combine that with a Hollywood Presbyterian style attack? So we don't want to scare people and use scare tactics, but one thing that shocked me this morning, so I'm going to repeat it again. When Jericho and I researched Anonymous for 2 years, 2.5 years, we wrote the Building a Better Anonymous series, we said that we were less concerned with what Anonymous is doing and more concerned with what comes next. And I meant that someone was going to pick up and perfect the blueprint of the use of social media and asymmetric warfare and all the things they were doing right. But this is not even a theoretical anymore. There were very, very, very few hackers in Anonymous. Most of us know that. One of the hacking crews was Team Poison. One of the members of Team Poison, Junaid Hussain, the guy who attacked Tony Blair's website through Team Poison, he left the UK. He moved to Raqqa. He started the Cyber Caliphate. He was training and recruiting people to use Shodan, to use Metasploit. Really low-hanging fruit. You don't have to be a super elite hacker to use some of these freely available tools. And shortly after DEF CON last year, he was killed with a drone strike. And I'm shocked at how few of our friends here in Vegas this week even know that happened. But think about what you could do if you wanted to hurt people. And the answer is you could do a lot. But anyhow, to quote Dan Geer, on the internet, every sociopath is your next door neighbor. So you're kind of hoping that 0 people out of 7 billion have the means, motive, and opportunity to hurt you. That's not good math. Not only is there, 1% of the global population is a sociopath, and some of them are likely to be hackers, we actually know a few of them, and we go drinking with them this week. So I don't want to get in a situation where I hope they wouldn't hurt me. I want to know they couldn't hurt me. So back to this 5-star. If we know failures will happen, can we put some scaffolding in place to make sure that when failures occur, we're prepared for failure? So I like the names that we put in our original document, but I so much wish I had just said it this way. How do you avoid failure? How do you take help avoiding failure without suing the helper? How do you capture, study, and learn from failure? How do you have a prompt and agile response to failure? And how do you contain and isolate failure? So I'm going to put some names and faces on this. And again, this is more for the outside audience than for you guys. And even if you do these things, you will still be hacked. But the question is, how much damage can that do? The Chris and Charlie thing, let them put their tracksuit image on your center console for the Uconnect. But don't let them shut off the brakes. Why are critical systems directly connected to non-critical systems, right? And there's historical reasons why they are, and some of them are good reasons, and some of them are not good reasons. So safety by design, do you have a published attestation of your security lifecycle? You can just say we do nothing, you can say nothing, but allow the free market to be able to assess yours from somebody else's. So Microsoft kind of does this with their SDL, their SDLA, and this just created a way for us to talk to them about, do they do threat modeling? And for the first 6 months, we said, which threat modeling system do you use? And after 6 months of asking that question, and every single response was, what's threat modeling? We stopped asking that question. But it became a way to not say, do you have a security program, but rather let's look at how strong your maturity is on different aspects of your security development lifecycle. Third-party collaboration. Do you have a public attestation, or do you have a published coordinated disclosure policy involving assistance of third-party researchers acting in good faith? And of many of our victories between what Jen Ellis has been working on and Katie Mazuris has been working on and the NTIA process, this is where we've had the most success. But basically, let's put it in really simple terms. Do you have a beware of dog sign implicitly there that you're going to send cease and desist letters and lawyers at someone who brings you a bug? Or do you have a welcome mat? And that was one of my favorite parts of Mary Barra's keynote, was she actually used the firm welcome that on the vital importance of working with third-party researchers. Evidence capture is the one that's going to be really, really hard for a bunch of reasons that aren't obvious. But do your vehicle systems provide tamper-evident, forensically sound logging and evidence capture to facilitate safety investigations? Everybody knows what one of these are. And aside from the fact that it recorded the conversations in the cockpit, which we were never asking for, the first thing that happens when a plane crashes is we call the NTSB, National Traffic Safety Review Board, or whatever, something like that. I can't remember the name. The very first thing to look for is the black box. So whenever something's lost at sea, we only have so much time before we can recover that vital black box. If it's so vital to preserve the safety of the industry and to preserve trust in the industry, why isn't anybody freaking out that there's 0 cars that have one? 0. So we aren't tamper evident. It took 6 months, I believe, Chris and Charlie said, of failed attempts before they successfully got their payload to work. So we would have had 6 months of tampering, reconnaissance, and failure to notice and maybe shut down ports, right? We keep claiming there's no one's ever been killed in a car crash due to hacking, but we have no evidence collection to ever prove otherwise. It's very circular. So this one's a fairly important one. And it turns out that the largest opponent in the entire ecosystem is actually the privacy guys. It's not the industry. The industry actually wants these. So we have some very strange fights to have and discussions on, can this be done in a privacy neutral way? And when we wrote the standard, we actually said this can be done in a completely privacy neutral way. And the irony is I'm not even gonna name it yet. What's the most privacy conscious country on the planet? Anybody? Germany. Guess who just announced last Monday that they're gonna require black boxes in all their cars? Germany. So if Germany can figure out how to do this, and Bo and I just had a call with the embassy. We're going to directly work to help sure it's a good one. But the U.S. is so afraid to get in fights with the privacy advocates, but somehow Germany is going to find a way through. So this one's a really, really, really important one. Just like in the hospital environment, you do a morbidity and mortality, you do a post-mortem, you do an autopsy. You want to study and learn from what happened, what went wrong, how do we improve ourselves? And that's not going to be possible until we start capturing evidence in a consistent way. Security updates, can your vehicles be securely updated in a prompt and agile manner? Initially, they fought us like tooth and nail on this one. They said, it's going to add an attack surface. It adds complexity. And although we don't know how to secure a web browser, we do kind of know how to do a secure update process. Like it's a tractable problem. And yes, it may add an attack surface to this over the air, but it also gives you the ability to have a prompt and agile response, so you're not the Deepwater Horizon oil spill for weeks and weeks and weeks. So this is something like every single day your phone apps are updating, Microsoft's updating, et cetera, et cetera. So it's a similar kind of idea. You know what? If they want to do it the more expensive way through the dealer, physically, sending USB keys, whatever, fine, let them. But what blew my mind is one of the companies that screamed at me said they would never do it. On a subsequent meeting, I said, how much does it cost to do a recall? Like a physical recall? And we went through the math. And I said, you know how much brand damage you get whenever you have a recall in the news? And they said, oh yeah, we know exactly how to calculate it. It's this much, this much, and this much. I said, wouldn't a software update have less stigma than just a routine software update? And wouldn't it cost a lot less on labor and shop time? And like the next month, they announced that they were going to head to remote over-the-air updates. Not because they made the car safer, but because it saved a ton of money. So I really don't care why they do it. I just care that they do it. And then segmentation isolation. This is the idea of do you describe how you separate your physical and logical systems to keep, physical and logical isolation measures to separate critical systems from non-critical systems. Some of these guys use the equivalent of a VLAN. Some of them do nothing. Some of them have a security gateway, but it just lets everything through. Some of them use virtualization and process isolation. I don't really care what they do per se, but I think we should be taking steps. In fact, the one I've seen that's done the best is Tesla. Absolutely intentional, different communication mechanisms for infotainment versus physical safety. And the idea here is a submarine can flood compartments without sinking the whole ship. The problem with the CAN bus isn't the CAN bus, controller area network. It's the fact that once you're on it, you pretty much have unfettered access to everything else, pretty much. There's things that they do to try to prevent abuse, and all of them are defeatable. If you don't know that, talk to Craig Smith, the guy who started Open Garages, or go to the Car Hacking Village. He'll just show you, almost. So one of the issues there, back to that Civic, I told you there were two reasons I hated the idea of keeping your Civic. Now that we have these wonderful things like progressive dongles from your insurance companies, or Verizon's Hum, or all this bevy of little Indiegogo Kickstarter size projects that plug into that OBD2 port, you just took an unhackable 1997 Civic and you just made it hackable. So, because once you're on that bus, you're in big trouble. And I just shared a long train ride with the CEO of a car company in the trucking industry, tractor trailer trucks. And his technology works through OBD. And they're very, very, very concerned about those massive amounts of steel being hackable through a lot of that stuff. Because they almost all depend on lots of aftermarket OBD2 technologies. So even if you don't think those tractor trailers are hackable, they've just become hackable for those reasons. And when you kind of put this into context, many of us are like, but Josh, this stuff's really, really basic. Yes, it's really, really basic, but you have to understand where they are on their journey. They just woke up about a year ago and realized they were software companies, and it's not excusing their behavior. But they have no idea what they're doing here. And I think back to Microsoft 17 years ago sending cease and desist letters to our buddies. Maybe you even have one on your wall. But then you had Katie Mazuris, issuing a six-figure cash prize through Microsoft's Blue Hat program. Some people here at BSides have received that six-figure cash prize. So how do you go from cease and desist to six-figure cash prizes? So I call that the mean time to enlightenment for Microsoft 15 years, right? But how do we compress that mean time to enlightenment to two? Because we're not going to snap our fingers and have these very, very, very large, very tough market participants all of a sudden make up enlightenment. But what we can do, we can patient enough to get them to crawl, to walk, to run, give them a pathway there, and not be a finger, but instead be a helping hand. And not focus on past failures, but focus on future success. And not tell them all the things they're doing right, but also all the things they're doing wrong, but also tell them the things they're doing right. And even if they do all of these five-star things, they're still going to be hackable. But at least I think that we're maybe better prepared to contain and respond to and notice those failures. And I just want to end, before I go to questions, on a couple of the successes, right? Tesla does not have 100 years of baggage and legacy to worry about, so that's in their favor. And they've been freaking awesome, right? They have a bunch of security and software engineers they hired day one. They did threat modeling. They hired security people on staff. And they were the world's first automaker to have a coordinated vulnerability disclosure program. And for that, they need a round of applause, right? They also set the model of crawl, walk, run without even knowing they were doing it. They had money to issue bounties day one, but they didn't go right for that. They wanted to see how many bugs. They wanted to see what kind of bugs, what kind of variety. Are we going to get flooded? Is this going to be noise? So 6 months into the program, they realized, okay, we have more capacity, and they offered a cash prize. I think it was up to $1,000. And then 6 months later, they upped it to $10,000. So they showed that you don't have to go from 0 to six-figure cash prizes from Microsoft. There is a way to ramp up. Now, I don't have a screenshot for it, but let's also give a round of applause to GM. GM, this January, was the first traditional manufacturer. And it was much harder for them to get through their red tape. And they offer a coordinated vulnerability disclosure program. So let's give a round of applause to GM. And I'm going to postpone it for now, but I was one of the voices discouraging them from offering cash prizes initially. There's a lot of good reasons I discouraged it, and they will be, and they have budget, and they are doing private hackathons with prizes. But that's a different discussion. And then third, in the last month, Fiat Chrysler, FCA, offered through BugCrowd their first bug bounty. They went straight for a bug bounty. So they do have a small cash prize, but they also are saying we will not sue third-party researchers acting in good faith who follow our policy. So let's give a round of applause for Fiat Chrysler. Now, if you were in the medical sessions, one of the reasons it was so powerful to hear Suzanne Schwartz from the FDA is when we tackled automotive first, it's because there's only about 20 OEMs. So we knew that one at a time, we could wear them down and finally make it a tractable problem. But when it comes to medical devices, there are thousands and thousands of device manufacturers, so we had to take a more centralized approach. And more recently, NHTSA has been very helpful here, and the guidance that was about to come out and is soon to come out, they've been very pro-coordinated vulnerability disclosure. And I think that's really the gateway drug in the 5-star is once people start receiving bugs and they start seeing researchers as an asset, as a teammate instead of a threat, they might find more bugs, find them sooner, get them fixed, start to realize the need for more containment and isolation, start to realize the need for prompt and agile updates, et cetera, et cetera. So back to that 5-star, the failures are going to happen, but are you prepared to avoid failure, take help avoiding failure, learn from failure, respond to failure, and isolate failure? And the way I put this finally to them is the Cuyahoga River in Ohio. I said this morning, so it's a repeat for a few of you. Andrea Matwishin, who's speaking here, she's a law professor. When we did our Constitutional Congress for the Cavalry at DerbyCon, almost 3 years ago, so it was after DEF CON, she kind of said, hey guys, nothing's going to change until people die. You're going to need your burning river on fire moment. If you don't know the history, the river in Ohio, the Cuyahoga River near Cleveland, caught on fire and stayed on fire many times. And ultimately, somebody got a picture for Time, I think it was Time magazine, and it finally triggered corrective action like the Clean Water Act and things like the EPA. But it took really bad things. Like how bad does pollution have to get before you have a burning river on fire? How do you even put that out? But they did, and this was not even the worst of the fires. It's just the one they got on picture. So we may have to have that high consequence failure, but the problem is the 2019 models are already done for some of these manufacturers, and the supply chain that goes into them are done even further out. So unless they anticipated perfectly, without our help, all the kind of smart security defensive things they needed to do, the response times are going to be very, very slow. So I don't want to wait for a burning river on fire moment. I don't want to wait for my mother-in-law to have a crisis of confidence in connected vehicles. I want to preserve that trust so that we can more quickly save the 100 people per day that die due to human error. And if you think individual cars are bad, just look at vehicle-to-vehicle and vehicle-to-infrastructure stuff, which is a mess. And again, NHTSA's taken a leadership position there, and they've done a lot to have a privacy by design protocol that's been worked on for 12 years. But where this whole system breaks down is there's one security principle we do know, which is that security is not composable, which says if you take secure thing A and secure thing B and you put them together, you might not have a secure AB. But the inverse corollary of that is you could never take an insecure car A and any other car and have a secure network of cars, right? And if you've talked to Cesar Cerruto, who talks about smart cities and hackable infrastructure, most of the roadside equipment that would be participating in this vehicle infrastructure is passing stuff in the clear on purpose by design. So I'm very, very worried about the system of cars, the Internet of cars. And there have been some congressional hearings on this, and there has been some good work, but more is needed, and we're going to need more help from more people when we get to that stage. But we focus very, very deliberately on individual cars and individual car companies because the system will never be secure if we don't have secure participants within that system. So the road ahead, just a few nods to some existing and new initiatives. Individual bugs scare and polarize the auto industry. So I know we like to think that if we drop O-Day or if we do a high-profile attack, it'll trigger corrective action. But it tends to trigger an immune response, and it tends to hurt trust if it's not done carefully. But there are some people who have had projects for a while now that have been building trust and building up a community of interest and talent. So one of them is one of the most talented but least extroverted is Craig Smith, who founded Open Garages a while back when he still lived in Ohio, and now he's in, I think, Seattle. So Open Garages is something that you could start in your own town. It's basically a platform to teach students and mechanics and anybody that wants to tinker on cars how to hack and how the car's electronic systems work. And he's one of the guys who helped found the car hacking village at DEF CON later this week. So definitely check that out. And one of the nice things about him and his tribe and his extended friends is they create lots and lots of free and open source tools. So to truly build up a community, you need to teach other people how to do this stuff. And they're very good on sharing because their focus is on safety and protecting, less so on the public stuff. There's also a new initiative that was originally in Intel, but people thought it was an Intel scheme, but it wasn't at all. It's called, now it's a 501c6 nonprofit called ASRB, Automotive Safety Review Board. And their idea is they want to have self-healing networks of cars by 2025, right, or 2030 or whatever. It was like this big audacious goal, but they want to think past individual car protection and think about which technologies are missing that will allow us to notice failures or attacks in one area and dynamically heal fleets of vehicles and things like that. So in full disclosure, I'm the chair of the tech steering committee, but what we did is we took a mixture of breakers and fixers. So I'm more on the blue team type side. And they have people like Mark Rogers, who was one of the Tesla hackers. They have people like Craig Smith. They have some folks from academia that do car hacking. So we have about an equal mix of people that know how to break cars and are really experienced at breaking cars, but also people who think that instead of just breaking cars over and over, maybe we should look at alternative reference architectures and alternative designs. So the idea of this spiral here is we want to always have a fusion of an old priest and a young priest, or a blue teamer and a red teamer, to look at future stuff. So the deployed fleet is sunk costs, and it's really hard to fix. The deploying fleet is the stuff that's coming off the factory line right now, and you might not be able to change the supply chain, but you can at least harden stuff. And the future developing fleet is really where we want to focus. So if people are in academia or are focused on future technologies to make cars safer and less hackable, please look me up for that. And I don't have a slide for them, but the Auto ISAC didn't exist really other than a name until pretty much January. And the Auto ISAC, just like the other ISACs, are information sharing analysis centers. They too are a nonprofit versus the government-sponsored version. And it's right now mostly just the automakers, but they're creating participation levels for the tier 1 suppliers, and they're going to create a third tier participation for folks like Am The Cavalry and civil society, nonprofit groups to help. And that's less about maybe making cars less hackable and more about when cars are being attacked, threat information sharing, kind of like the FS-ISAC and other ISACs currently do. And then I can't put a slide up, but I hear that the NHTSA's guidelines are done and just going through approval, and Frank can't talk about it yet, but we believe, based on previous writings they've done, that it matches quite a few of the principles of the Cavalry's 5-star already as well. Things like the value of coordinated vulnerability disclosure and working with third-party research communities. So that's kind of an update on where the things are with cars. And again, everybody in this ecosystem is motivated differently, but my goal with conversations like this is hopefully that you are now more motivated to get involved. So that is the end of the prepared remarks. Thank you. Yes, it is. It is. Yes. The comment was that segmentation isolation is also an issue on airplanes. That is true. To save on the weight of the airplane, they collapsed avionics networks and infotainment networks because cable is very heavy. Yes. We have. Yeah. So the Cavalry's initiatives are, we have several projects. We have automotive, medical, public infrastructure, which is where planes and trains live, and home IoT. So we are engaged with the aviation ISAC and that topic, but not in this talk. Maybe a little tomorrow morning. In fact, one of the aviation guys is here. Anybody else? Okay. All right. Bo, is this the last talk for today? This is the last one, right? Okay. All right, I'm going to run upstairs because Suzanne Schwartz from the FDA is going to address everybody.